Obama. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up? He's whacking off, yeah. Just sitting here jerking off. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Everybody's here to see me. Time to fucking jerk off. Shit. Yeah, I really like that song. I can link it again. It's called This Alive by Deb Never. And it's just a good fucking song, bro. It gets stuck in your head. I can put that on replay over and over again. Straight jorking it, torpedo style. But how are you guys? It's good to see you. Welcome back. We're here to get spooky. Hope you had a good weekend. Louis C.K. special. Is there a new one? You're telling me he has a new stand-up special. Is it available on his website for $5? Whack it till it's soft. That's what I learned in turf grass management school. We have a lot of abandoned buildings and abandoned roads up in my town. Nice, dude. Are you into urban exploration? Will you put the outro music back on the next video? Outro music? Did videos have outro music? It's got Minecraft dubstep. Wow, wow. You met Matt Rife. Nice, dude. How was it? Was he handsome as hell? Did you get him a Build-A-Bear? If you didn't get him a Build-A-Bear, I'm afraid you might not be a true fan. Am I still sick? No, honestly. I don't know why I sneezed. I had to surround myself with I told you about the curtain setup that I got going. And it's good, but it's like getting it set up. I don't know if that like releases a bunch of like weird synthetic shit from the fabric or something. But it's pretty cool. So if you imagine like maybe a 7-foot ceiling and then curtain tracks going around my battle station, my Jake-off station, and like it then like moving blankets hanging from those on sliding curtain rack style, And then on the interior, in the four corners, it's got these like sound panels that kind of come up and take up most of the space, like eggshell, but like huge. On the ceiling, there's like 6 panels that are also supposed to absorb sound. And then down the ground, I've got like sort of a makeshift, thick rug. So hopefully it sounds like relatively treated compared to not, you know what I mean? Listen to your vids after walking home after night shifts. Nice, dude. Gotta get spooky on the way home. Currently hospitalized, more scared of the bill. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. What's Pradeep doing? He is... I don't know. I don't know where he's at. I kind of feel like once I set up this like when I get the station set up around me, he gets a little scared because it's like moving a bunch of shit around. Am I using OBS? Yeah, it's Streamlabs. Used to be Streamlabs OBS. You have Pradeep? No, that's fine. Just take care of him till the end. He would love some outside attention. Colin Davis, welcome back for 10 months, says, hey Joel, I'm training for PA State Police physical readiness test. I've never been in this good a shape in my life. Any tips for legs and endurance? Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're trying to like build strength, I mean, there's really nothing better than like typical squat, but the hack squat is a little bit of a safer, or the belt squat if you have one of those, to build up leg strength. But overall endurance, I mean, you're going to be probably busting ass on jogging and biking, especially biking. If you like incorporate some bike sprints, if you can like do those on like a stationary bike, dude, those really burn you out pretty fast. If you do like intervals of like, I don't know, 10 to 20 second sprints, resting for the remainder of the minute, and just do like that for 10 to 20 minutes. But yeah, safe, hope everything goes safe for you, and yeah, just keep staying in shape, and keep your head on the swivel out there. That shit is scary. Read well, that was weird. Short and trippiest no sleep you've ever read. What's that one about? Make scary hood stories. They're coming. More hood people need to send in their shit. Where are my hood folk? Oh, please add the birds back. Okay. Well, yeah, some people were, and it wasn't that many, it was just people complaining, saying that the birds activated something in their brain that kind of like wakes them up, you know what I mean? Courtney, holy shit, welcome back for 48 months. Thanks for lulling me to sleep for 4 years. You're welcome, Courtney. Thank you. And thank you for sticking around for 4 years. It's very, very kind. Mischievous frogs. Is this your mainstream of work, or do you do work outside of this? Yeah, I mean, YouTube is like my main gig, along with the podcasting, which is the same thing. But yeah, I'm going to be involved in some other projects coming up that I can talk about soon here, probably in the next month or whatever. But yeah, I will be keeping you guys updated on that. What happened to your ASMR? It was just one of those things I was kind of doing on the side whenever I wasn't doing as much content, and then once I went back to my normal amount of content, kind of got away from the ASMR stuff, just because it wasn't, the success was found primarily through this channel. You liked it? Yeah. Well, that just makes the 4 videos that I have there even more valuable. I don't know why I got into this little station here and all of a sudden, yeah, sniffly for some reason. Did you do spit painting? Not that I know of. Is that where you like put paint in your mouth and spit it? That sounds fun. What do I look like because you're blind, literally? What you should do, just squeeze my face, and then you can create a like a sculpture out of it. JFK voice. Measles. You mean RFK? You should make scary brain rot stories. Yeah, that's just been fucking scrolling on Instagram for hours on end. It actually is insane to me. I will say YouTube Shorts is probably the most effective at like pulling me into just like getting like brain rotted. I mean, even though I will say a lot of it's, maybe that's why it pulls me in for so long, is like it does feel somewhat like short form educational in some ways, because it's so geared towards what I look at on YouTube, just weird philosophy videos and politics and stupid shit. But yeah, I mean, but then obviously Instagram is just good for the memes and the lols. I don't really see anything funny ever on YouTube Shorts, which I don't know, maybe it's good that way. But guys, let's get into the reading, shall we? You JFK, you mean your RFK impression? Or you still doing, oh no, doing a JFK impression, it's fun. 7 years ago, I was shot in the head. Why they wanted to kill me, I don't know, really. If I sit and think about it, well, can't really do that anymore, but here we are. Did you see yourself advertising the Y-Files 24-hour stream? I did, dude. That was awesome. I want to shout out the Y-Files for being so freaking sick. They do rock, though, dude. It's such a good channel. So that was honestly a huge honor to see that. So I really appreciate that and showing me. And Lynn, what's up? Where you been? Welcome back for 32 months. Streaming, creaming, and still reading like a G roller. Give Pradeep a wet smooch for me. Love you, Jolie Polly. Thank you, Lynn. Love you too. I shall. Where is the kitty cat? He'll hopefully make his way here soon. Dude. I gained 10 of muscles over 2 months and as skinny pounds, dude. As a skinny pounds, dude. That's good. Yeah, just keep, go to ChatGPT and ask them, I want to gain this much muscle. What should my macros be? And be sure to just eat like your macros say, so you can gain weight and muscle, and just train yourself to like failure or near failure on your like sets, and make sure your form is good and you stay safe and stay warmed up and all that shit, and you'll be good, broski. It's freaking awesome. Streaming, creaming, and no dreaming because I'm green and word. Sorry. I need to get back into the vibe, man. I have not like streamed, I feel like, in forever, even though it's been the typical amount of time. I just feel like out of it for some reason. Maybe it's this water that's making me sneeze. Maybe there's like spores in here. Oh, also, do you guys know how to like kill little ants? I put down like Pradeep's wet food, which is like chicken smushings, and I wake up to like a trail of little tiny ants. I have to eat all of them, yeah, as a snack. My one buddy even said that he was like, hopefully Pradeep eats all of them. It's like, what? Cats don't eat ants, bro. Ant traps. That's the thing, is I put down the ant traps. I put down cinnamon. Yeah, I saw some sort of mixture, of borax and sugar. Maybe that's what I need to do. Borax, sugar. Crushed up seashells. Is that actual? Okay, so borax and sugars, right? Hey, Frank, what's up, dude? How are you, dude? Long time no see. The channel is amazing for disabled people. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, honestly, audio to me is like way more exciting than just visual stuff overall, just because, I don't know, I mean, the power, like there will never be anything greater in your life as far as entertainment goes than your own brain. You know what I mean? Like our own brains can literally scare us about like future possibilities. Our own brain can think up and scheme new ideas, you know what I mean? Like, it's just in the same way, I feel like just listening to things and then visualizing it in your mind is way more powerful than like really any visual medium you could see in theaters for the 9,000th, Marvel flick. Do I forget your story about a war? A war? What about it? Cinnamon and vinegar did not work. Oh, dang. Okay. Put his bowl on a plate of water. Oh, that's kind of brilliant. Do you think he would be apprehensive to... Well, actually, I put the food on. I guess I could get him another bowl. But do you think he would be apprehensive to eat the food if it's surrounded by water? Did I do the Harold Parker story? I have no idea, honestly. I don't remember anything on it at this point until I read it again. Call a professional. I struggled with ant traps, and every hack online called my guy who sprayed with a solution for ants, but could be used in the kitchen, so it's safe. Okay. Yeah, I might just do that just to get it over, because I see it's coming from like the kitchen sort of like trim along the ground, like they're coming out of it, and I'm like, what the fuck? Are they like, they're literally in my walls. Pretty will just drink the water, stick his paw in, and shake it a bunch. He'll just slurp up the ants. Yeah, do the ants pay rent? They better. They pay one millionth. That actually would be great. I'd be curious. Jenna Lou. Okay, anyways. Enough of my shenanigans. Guys, we're reading stories about the mall. Most likely Paul Blart situation. But Jenna Lou, welcome to Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Appreciate you. Thank you. DE is good for fleas, so I'm sure they'll work for ants. It's basically Mortal Kombat finishes them by slicing them. Do the perimeter bug spray from Home Depot work perfectly for me? Same thing happening to me. Okay, so you can do it indoor and it's safe. Is it safe for pets? Do you by chance know? Cramps woke me up an hour ago before your alarm. Oh shit, that sucks. I pulled all the vines away from my foundation, set up a jar lid full of borax and sugar where my dog wouldn't get it. So you would put it outside then? That's smart. I got ants after a dishwasher mishap. Had dish soap on a plate. It bubbled so much that it went into the hallways. Anyways, borax mixed with jam. They were gone in like 3 days. Interesting. Borax? Can name my firstborn Borax. Okay. How many stories do we have? I think tonight we got four longins. But yeah, if you have a story, let's read submissions at gmail.com. Send it in. Thank you. I'll get this out of the way up front. My name is Paul, and I was a mall cop. You'd think this would have been unbearable, but I served my stint as a security. God, I really need to... My name is Borax. Hey, Kim, thank you. You'd think this would have been unbearable. Oh, man, I gotta find my rhythm starting out here. Cozy voice, I got you. No worries. You'd think this would have been unbearable, but I served my stint as a security guard at a certain small-town mall in the 90s, so I'd left the job before the movie came out. I worked in private security now, but back then I was employed directly by the mall. It wasn't a huge mega mall by any means, but it had a couple of stores, about 20 stores in fact, and a food court, and a central fountain that the kids would throw coins into and make a wish. What this mall did have was a huge warehouse complex at the back. This is one of the big draws for businesses in the mall. They got a portion of the warehouse area as part of their lease to store stock and what have you, and some of them didn't need it, and others took advantage of it. Then other local businesses would lease warehouse space to store their own goods and items. Now the point is, this mall had a large maze of interior. God, I don't know why I'm like visually, my brain for some reason cannot see the text. I don't know why. No, I don't even know. It's like, I don't even know. It's like running a tightrope while walking. Am I high? Yeah, I smoked Jenkum before we started, so little out of it. Temu version of Ball Plart. That would actually be a fun game. Like just a fun like mini game where you're on like a Segway shooting thieves. Then other local businesses would lease warehouse space to store their own goods and items. The point is, this mall had a large maze of interior storage units out the back, so the area of the mall that shoppers saw was maybe only 40% of the property. Shoppers would stroll around browsing radio. Shoppers would stroll around browsing Borders and various other stores, or that one store that always got stuck out. Oh, Jesus. Sorry. Shoppers would stroll around browsing Radio Shack or Borders, or that one store that always stuck out to me, Gadzooks. All sorts of clothing stores too. Now I won't explain the mall layout exactly. It was haphazardly built. Kind of a PETA. Oh, pain in the ass. Sorry. I won't explain the mall layout exactly. It was haphazardly built, kind of a pain in the ass to get around, and sometimes you could find yourself in one section of the mall's upper floor, and you'd have to go down one escalator and back up another to get to the other side. If by any small chance anyone who lived in the area around the 90s is listening. God damn it, dude. I don't know why I cannot fucking... Ugh. Joel, what was your favorite type of store in the mall, and why was it Hot Topic? It was Hot Topic because they had like cards in the back that had just like pictures of old naked grandmothers. And that was just kind of like my ideal birthday card that I should be receiving. It was that, or just like hot muscly dudes wearing like, you know, firefighter outfits with some sort of fuzzy fur covering their junk. It was kind of interesting back there. I wonder why there was Hot Topic and there was Spencer's, because they were pretty much the exact same store. And it's just like weird to think that out of all of the alternative sort of paint my fingernails and wear Jack Skellington outfit stores, there would somehow be two of them. You know what I mean? It just seems, I don't know. I'd love to be in like the boardroom meeting for like Spencer's or Hot Topic. Everyone's got like Armani suits, but then they have like spiked up blue hair with toe rings. The Jinko jeans, oh my god, yeah, you could parachute with those. I think they actually where it got invented was during World War II. They invented these like pants that were sort of supposed for paratroopers, and then it sort of just evolved into more like alternative kid wear, you know. But no, I really like the fossil stores. Like there was these stores that would come into the malls that would have like dinosaur fossils and various like quartz and like interesting rock formations that they would sell or whatever. Now as like a kid, I would never have the money to ever buy or afford any of like the, you know, $4,000 fossil displays and all that kind of shit. And I knew for a fact, even as a kid, I'm like, there's no way anybody's able to afford this or get it. But I knew that it would be gone very soon, but I wanted it. The Discovery store. I don't even know what it was. I think my favorite though is like those stores that had like art that like people did. There was just like, I don't know if those were, you guys had these at the mall, but there was like various malls I've seen that have like people just do art in it and sell it, but they would do like really hyper realistic pastel, pencil drawings of like Dale Earnhardt for some reason. You know what I mean? It just like made me, I don't know why, it just like made me laugh, like somebody just taking like 10 plus hours to draw a perfect one-to-one representation of Dale Earnhardt. Not Junior, but his father. May you rest in peace. There's a baby in you. Get it out. Sorry, you gotta take that thing to term. Look up Crossgates, New York Mall, news, and what does it say? Guilderland, a bad thing happened there a couple of years ago. I'm not even sure. Okay. Maybe I can read. If by any small chance anyone who lived in the area around the 90s is listening, this description plus the storage warehouses is probably enough to make it clear which mall I actually mean. And if you know, as Mike. Shit, I suck at this. Oh, fuck. Jeremiah Larkin. Dude, I don't know why my notifications for like the big ones, like they come up for the $30 donation and go off, but they don't go off for the 50 bigger than that. But anyways, I'm twerking on that shit. Jeremiah, thank you, very, very kind with a big $50 donation. Incredible, my friend. That's odd. I wish there was a button I could just like press to make it like go off or some shit, or maybe it's like super, super delayed. But thank you so much, Jeremiah, very kind. Fight 3 General Chunguses or 5 chicken jockeys. Chicken jockey. Guys, you can't say chicken jockey anymore. They found out that was actually a racial epithet. And so it's been removed from the Minecraft movie. Yeah, Jeremiah. Oh, yeah, you are so... I was going to say, if you had a message, please at me. Very kind. No way. Spider jockey then. Yep, they changed it. It's racist against little chicken. Those little chickens that are like spinning inside of the grocery store, waiting for you to eat them whole or feed them to an alligator. They're pissed off, bro. If by any small chance anyone who lived in the area around the 90s is listening, this description plus the storage warehouses is probably enough to make it clear which mall I actually mean. If you know, as my kids say. I'm painting this picture so you understand that the mall wasn't some big open-plan architectural masterpiece with wide walkways for the shoppers. It was cramped, claustrophobic, and by the time I started working there in the 90s, it was already feeling run down and out of time. Couple that with the huge warehouse complex out back, and you can imagine why they needed round-the-clock security. There was a lot to explore, a lot of hidden corners that could hide all sorts of ill behavior. And for the first year of the job, I barely had to deal with anything more than a few shoplifters, one old guy who was perving on a young woman, and a missing kid who was found safe and well sitting in a photo booth. Oh, sorry. This was a series of shit that I was not ready for in a series of a sentence. Rotisserie chickens, I could go for one of those. They're good, man. The especially the ones that are like marinated over a period of time. It's so delicious. I do remember like taking an entire rotisserie chicken to work one time as like my lunch, and then just kind of like slowly peeling it apart during my lunch break. I don't understand how they can make Minecraft into a movie, but I haven't tried making a Skyrim movie. I don't know. I mean, I hope they don't make a Skyrim movie, honestly. Because it's just, at this point, if anything is like a big Hollywood movie, I just hate this idea that you have to enter into the universe of the game via some portal or whatever. Like, literally just make I mean, Minecraft's a little bit different, but something like Sonic 3, like, or all those previous ones, like, just make the movie take place within the realm of Sonic. And, you know, every game has done that, and we've understood humans exist in, you know, coexistence with these weird anthropomorphic furries. You know, just keep it that way. It's way more interesting. Orange Julius horror story, I hope so too. Maybe a GameStop or something. For the first year on the job, I barely had to deal with anything more than a few shoplifters, one old guy who was perving on a young woman, a missing kid who was found safe and well sitting in a photo booth, and a few kids who got dared to try and sneak into the warehouses to stay overnight. Weirdly, they were the ones that management came down on the hardest, though. Really wanted to prosecute them to the full extent of the law. In the end, nothing came of it, and they were barely older than 18, but the bosses were weirdly angry about someone trying to stay in the mall overnight. I guess when you think about it, they could have caused some... I guess when you think about it, they could... Shit. I guess when you think about it, they could have caused some untold amount of damage. But like I said, we were a 24-hour security detail, so one of us on shift would have caught them pretty quickly. The weirdness really began a couple of years into the job. The first time, my buddy and Chris... Jesus Christ. With all due respect, you love me. Love you too. Good to see you. Finksy, I feel like you're always putting the loading emoji. You got bad internet, dude. How was my weekend? It was good. I feel like it blazed by. I went on a nice long hike today. It felt pretty good. The weather's getting nicer. It was like in the 60s. And it was like those perfect clouds of just like puffy little pitter-patters in the sky. The weather was perfect, and there was no, like, you know, bullshit chemtrails to fill the sky or anything like that. So it was just like nice. Everything looked very nice. Next time you stream a game, play The Huntsman. What's that about? It was 80. Damn. All Finksy, no worries. How you doing, dude? Long time no snee. If they combine Children of Men with Hardcore Henry, you'd have Half-Life movie. Just throw in some other dimension beings. Schedule 1. Yeah, what is Schedule 1 about? I've been seeing that pop up quite often. The first time my buddy Chris and I were on the mall shift, and an old... What the fuck is... I need to, like... The first time my buddy Chris and I were on mall shift, and an older, more seasoned guy, Bryn, was... Okay. Okay, let me just reorder this. We're on mall shift, and an older, more seasoned guy, Bryn, was in this... Okay, sorry. I don't know why the fuck it's confused my brain. You're a drug dealer, you create an empire. Oh, that's fun. Just kind of like Grand Theft Auto, or is it a little bit more open-ended? The weirdness really began a couple of years into the job. The first time, my buddy Chris and I were on mall shift, and an older, more seasoned guy, Bryn, was in the security office monitoring the cameras. It was mid-afternoon, midweek, and the mall was average busy. And then I get a call over the radio. It's Bryn. He told me we had a code whatever in my sector for an unattended package. Now, this was one thing that would make most of us pretty jumpy. We were only a few years past the Oklahoma City bombing, and tensions were still high about any abandoned packages or vehicles in populated public areas. We'd never had a direct bomb threat, and we found a few abandoned bags and things, and I guess we were just... Damn it. I don't know. Maybe there's gotta be like a font that's just absolutely flows, bro. Like a font where you can just dry read something and it just completely psychologically tricks your brain into never making a mistake. I don't know. Comic Sans. It could be it. What if that's actually it? Let's check. Calibri? No. Where is Comic Sans? Maybe Wingding? Whatever. I don't know. Curry or new for you? Curry or new? Let's see. Curry or new? I don't know why the letters feel really spread out. Maybe I need to just bring the screen in a little bit and see if it starts to... No, that doesn't do anything. IDK. Gothic. We'd never had a direct bomb threat, but we'd found a few abandoned bags and things. I guess we were pretty reckless, because we'd never called in a bomb squad, and usually you'd just see that they were things shoppers had. Alright, sorry, that just like fucks my brain up even more. Because it's like almost like I'm like jumping from letter to letter, like with my eyeballs. It feels really weird. I've just been using this Helvetica New. I don't even know if that's how you say it, but for some reason it feels really fucking spaced out too. I don't quite know why. Try Georgia. We're gonna try Georgia. We're gonna give Georgia a try. Not sure if... What about if I did spacing? Isn't there like a spacing tool? View. Sorry guys. I gotta do it. I gotta do it or I'm gonna go insane. Extensions help. I don't fucking know any of this shit. Edit. Insert. Does it? I don't even know where to... Format. There we go. Format. Paragraph spacing. 1.15. Is that what it's in right now? Maybe it's the 1.15 spacing, and that'll just like double space or insert space between sentences. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, that's what I'm going to try to do. The 1.15 maybe can just like... Because whenever it's all squooshed together, it just feels like overwhelming. Laloni Tezuka with the 2 says, perfect narration streams to listen to. Thank you, Laloni. Good to see you. What's happening? My job is so easy, I just read stories. I mean, it technically is a really easy-ass job, for 100% sure. It's just, obviously everything has its little nuanced annoyances. Do 2, it's great. Okay, I'm gonna do 2, just to maximize. Double spacing. Double kill. Okay. Okay, we'll just start from the top here. I'm painting this picture so you understand that the mall wasn't some big, open-plan architectural masterpiece with wide walkways for shoppers. It was cramped, claustrophobic. Oh. It was cramped, claustrophobic. And by the time I started working there in the 90s, it was already feeling run down and out of time. Couple that with a huge warehouse complex out back, and you can imagine why they needed round-the-clock security. There was a lot to explore, a lot of hidden corners that could hide all sorts of ill behavior. And for the first year on the job, I barely had to deal with anything more than a few shoplifters. One old guy was perving on a young woman, a missing kid who was found safe and well sitting in a photo booth, and a few kids who got dared to try and sneak into the warehouse to stay overnight. Weirdly, they were the ones that management came down on the hardest. Really wanted to prosecute them to the full extent of the law. In the end, nothing came of it. They were barely older than 18, but the bosses were weirdly angry about someone trying to stay overnight in that mall. And I guess when you think about it, they could have caused some untold damage, but like I said, we were a 24-hour security detail, so none of us on shift would have caught them. Sorry, fucking hell, I don't even know. I don't even know. Format, line of spacing, we'll just do 1.5. I'm not sure, dude. It's just like fucking with my brain. Aster Reebok, thank you for the 2 fart and poop vibes. Hell yeah, man. This is a fart and poop stream. As always, what up from Lansing, Michigan? Also, are you doing way more live readings? I feel like I'm doing about the same, you know. Just recording typical new video stuff. Why am I stuttering? Well, we are recording stories for tomorrow's video. And shit. Joel, you're graduating from narration, growing into a just chatting streamer. That'd be fun. I wouldn't mind just chatting, and wouldn't mind just chitting and chatting from time to time. Really wanted to prosecute them to the full extent of the law. In the end, nothing came of it. They were barely older than 18, but the bosses were weirdly angry about someone trying to stay in the mall overnight. I guess when you think about it, they could have caused untold damage, but like I said, we were a 24-hour security detail, so one of us on shift would have caught them pretty quickly. The weirdness really began a couple of years in... Dude, I don't know, man. I am not sure what the fuck is wrong with my eyes. Like tonight, I just cannot fucking find the rhythm at all. The weirdness really began a couple of years into the job. The first time, my buddy Chris and I were on a mall shift, and an older, more seasoned guy, Bryn, was in the security office monitoring the cameras. It was mid-afternoon, midweek, and the mall was average busy. Then I get a call over the radio. It's Bryn. He told me we had a code whatever in my sector and for an unattended package. Now, this was one thing that would make most of us jumpy. We were only a few years past the Oklahoma City. What's up, Sag? We were only a few years past the Oklahoma City. Why do I want to jump through the word? We were only a few years past the Oklahoma City bombing, and tensions were still high about any abandoned packages or vehicles in populated public areas. We never had direct bomb threats, but we found a few abandoned bags and things. I guess we were pretty reckless, because we never called in a bomb squad. Usually you could see that they were things... Dude, what the fuck? Oh my god. Maybe I put it... I'm just gonna... You know what? That's not a bad idea. I'll put it in the chat. There's like something more visually easier to see in ChatGPT when you can... Fuck me. I don't know. Actually, no. Sorry. I don't know. I just like... I get going and I like... Something about the like spacing on like the Google Docs. It feels like the words are like so far away from each other. And I'm like jumping... I'm like playing parkour while reading, and it feels so fucking weird. Make them bigger. Do you think so? I don't think so. It's honestly big enough. It's just like they feel too wide for my eyes. I've got lizard eyes, and they can only see small slits. Dark mode. Just retype this. Don't change anything. Why on Google Docs? It's just easier to like compile all the stories that have been submitted into like one document. You know what I mean? So you can like have them all in like one centralized place. But for some reason I just like over there I just like cannot see shit. I caught you in Queso's live streaming. Yeah, dude. Queso's funny, man. He's a great guy. Still twerking for money. Yeah, I did earlier. But for some reason my notifications are like kind of fucked. Are you friends with other horror podcasters? Yeah, I guess so. You know, I don't really talk to a lot of people, but I would say that I'm like, you know, pretty cordial with most people. Am I going to play Schedule 1? I don't know, honestly. I'm much more inclined to play like linear stuff. Dude, ChatGPT is such a fucking piece of shit program. Like, genuinely so fucking bad. If anything is ever past a certain, like, text limit, it just, like, doesn't know what to do. Like, continue fucking writing it out. Dude, I hope we don't get to the point of, like, robots. Like, I hope robots do not exist, because I will throw them off a fucking building. It's gonna get so bad. They're gonna be so fucking terrible at everything. It's just like there's no possible goddamn way that humans can be replaced by robots, because these fucking things will just permanently suck. Sure, they'll do it for like dirt nothing. I just don't think it's right. I just don't think it's gonna work. Love you collaborate with Booze and Booze. I feel like me and Booze have done collaborations before. Favorite Tales from the Crypt episodes? Fuck, dude, it's been so long. Oh yeah, you're right, dark mode. Why the hell did I not have dark mode enabled? How do you even like activate dark mode on Google? I hate Google. I don't actually, but it's just like, honestly, in the future, the one good thing about AI is you can just be like, please do this, and they'll just do it. Creepshow was good, yeah. DeepSeek. I don't have a DeepSeek account. This is annoying as fuck. God damn it. Whatever. I'll just keep reading from here. It's just like, does anyone know? Let me just look it up. How to do dark mode in Google Docs. The curses. I'm sorry, man. I say a lot of bad words, and I'm an evil person from Hecktown, Heckistan. Get down your level and fart. I gotta crawl down to the anthill, let out a stinky one. Open the Google Docs app, tap the 3 lines in the top left corner, tap settings. Okay. Okay, that was not it at all. Jesus fucking Christ. This one? I'm such a fucking boomer with this shit. Everything has like 3. Okay, top left. Top left. What are they talking about? Top left. The 3 lines in the top left corner. Dude, this is my IQ, bro. I have a 75 fucking IQ on working with technology. It makes me so painfully annoyed with it. If I was like a program coder, like I don't understand how people who like program code don't like pick their computer up and throw it through a window. It would be so bad. Where, brother? Help. This is so bad. How the fuck is there not just like basic settings? Edit file. To go through every goddamn thing. Oh my god. Expand outline, like what? Control Alt Delete, yeah. I can do it. It's so painfully annoying. Holy shit. I'm sorry, guys. How is this possible? How is finding dark mode this fucking difficult on their piece of shit fucking service? It doesn't even center the shit where you want it. Good God. I'm sorry. Right click the screen and pick it. This is impossible. Alright, you know what? Maybe the computer should take over, because we honestly are worse. This is me. This is peak humanity right here. Me trying to find out where the fucking dark mode is. Just put us in a cave, and then we won't even need dark mode. Holy shit. This is insane. Open the Google Docs app. Tap the 3 lines in the top. Dude, the 3 lines in the top left corner is literally it takes you back. What the fuck? This is worse than Dark Souls, dude. This is actually worse than Dark Souls. Settings. Display recent, like what? YouTube tutorial. Good idea. Good idea. Christ, I thought clicking 2 buttons wouldn't be this hard, but how to do dark mode. Google Docs. A 1-minute video. It doesn't offer dark mode natively in Chrome. Holy shit. Holy shit. How, why? Why? You guys invented computers. There's an extension? That's so embarrassing. ChatGPT lied to me. It's leading me down. It just lied to me the whole time. Alright. There's no built-in dark mode for docs on desktop as of April 12th. Why not? Why would that not be a thing that like every fucking weird nerd needs for their porn viewing pleasure on their Google Doc that they keep all their favorite links? And Chrome, go to Chrome, force dark mode and webcuts. Oh my god. Alright. Whatever, dude. We're just gonna jump out a fucking window. I'm sorry, guys. This is the worst fucking live stream in the history of live streams. Holy shit. I can't even find my old, like, how I even get back to my... There it is. Acid reflux. What about it? Looking for gooning mode. Just straight acid. How would they not have dark mode built into it? They're like the biggest computer fucking thing in the whole goddamn world, and they don't have the most basic shit. That's so weird, man. Alright. 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 We haven't even made it through 1 page yet. This is so bad. Duff Savage XV, well, thank you for the 2. Alright, I'll get out of... Okay, Paul Blart, I'm painting a picture so you understand the mall wasn't some huge open play thing. The weirdness really began a couple of years ago the first time. Da, 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 da. This time it was... What? Wait. Okay. We were only a few years past the Oklahoma City bombing, and tensions were still high about any abandoned packages or vehicles in populated public areas. We never had a direct bomb threat, but we'd found a few abandoned bags and things. I guess we were pretty reckless, because we'd never called in a bomb squad. Usually you could just see that they were things shoppers had bought and accidentally left beside a bench and whatnot. This time, it was one of those filthy duffel bags tucked underneath a bench in the corner overlooking the central fountain. Nobody was looking at it when I reached the area Bryn directed me to. I'm not sure if nobody had noticed or nobody cared, but I remember that damn bag like it was yesterday. It was dirty, like it had regularly... Dude, try saying the word regularly. It's so bad. It's such a bad word. Regularly. Regularly. Does my cat talk? Not really. He's a pretty quiet boy. Oh, he's behind. He's over on the couch, curled up in a little thing. Paul Blart Mall Cuck. He just sits and watches people. He sits on Santa Claus's lap and watches people. Be kind of funny if, like, Santa Claus was up on, like, a really high elevated throne that, like, overlooked the mall. And rather than people ask him for, like, gifts and stuff, he just kind of, like, had to stare down at his subjects and kind of, like, judge and say very harsh things to them instead. It was dirty, like it had regularly been rolled in dust and debris and maybe chalk, and as I got closer, it was clear that it stank of piss, of all things. Sorry, that sounded weird. And as I got closer, it was clear that it stank of piss, of all things. I remember thinking, who pisses on a goddamn bomb? And that's why I just sort of strolled up to that damn bag and grabbed it, just swung it out from under the bench. I know, I was an effing idiot and I put lives at risk there. Present day me would give me Present day me would give my past self a swift... Oh, okay. God, that sounded weird. I don't know why. BB Jeans, thank you for the 5 gifters too. Not Jackie Chan, Vicky T, Nana Bear, Luz, I can't even see, Orozco, and Oma 420. Dude, my eyes might actually be going bad. Does anybody know how to keep them from turning to shit and needing glasses? God, but then the second you wear glasses, you're screwed for life because your eyes adjust to it. Oh. Eating carrots. Is carrots the way? I used to do that way more when I was younger, under the interpretation that I would get like laser eyes. Just lay the carrots on my eyes like cucumber slices. I know. I was an effing idiot and I put lives at risk. Present day me would give my past self a swift backhand to the head, but I was a dumb kid and in my defense, as I'd gotten close, I could see the bag was open and that there were clothes inside, and that's where the piss stink was coming from. And that's what was in the bag. A black sweater, a pair of black jogging pants, a pair of black socks, all stinking and clearly well worn. No big deal, I thought. Someone just kind of abandoned their old clothes after buying a new fit that day, I guess. The only slightly odd thing was the filthy plush cat also tucked into that duffel bag. Clearly an old, much-loved childhood toy. I don't remember much about it, to be honest, but at the time I just shoved it back into that duffel bag, a bit disgusted at the smell, and tried to push down any thoughts of what the cuddly toy might imply, or who it belonged to. I radioed Bryn that everything was fine. It was just a bag of clothes, and took it out to the dumpsters out back, making sure to thoroughly wash my hands afterwards. Didn't even get reprimanded for my reckless decision to grab a potential bomb. Nothing happened for a week or two, and then, like deja vu, I get a message over the radio, again from Bryn, about an abandoned bag. Don't be a dumbass with it this time, kid. He'd seen me swipe it up on the cameras, of course, so not much point in hiding it from him, and I confirmed that I would not. Went to the area that he directed me to, beside one of those fake plants in another forgotten corner of the mall, and sure enough, there was an identical duffel bag. This one didn't reek though, and it was clearly a newer bag, but aside from that, it was the same. This time it was more out in the open, so even though it was a bit reckless, I was able to approach and sort of peer into it without touching anything. Again, I know I was an idiot for not even calling this one in, but to my underdeveloped mind, I could see that it was clothes again, so it was going to be the same thing, and I was sort of right. There was no plush cat this time or toy of any kind. Instead, there were a few food wrappers, junk food that you get from a grocery store, sort of like Twinkies and beef jerky, that kind of thing, and some packaged goods. So either there was a goddamn... Okay, this writer's got a potty mouth. How'd it go with my cleansing? Did I do a cleansing? Yeah, I honed in on this story for the piss. What if that's how, like, specific my, like, story topics become? It's mall piss stories. It's not just mall stories. It's mall stories that really dig into the finer details of urine and the stench that emanates. The carrot thing was actually World War II propaganda. The British had new radar technology they didn't want Germany to know about, so they just said eating carrots helped them see better. Huh. That's a lot of steps and logic that I don't quite follow, but I'm on board with it still. I will keep eating like Bugs Bunny. So either there was a goddamn weird coincidence, or the same guy had left the same generic set of clothes and the same brand of duffel bag lying around the mall twice in 1 month. Despite this one not being so foul, I still disposed of it in the dumpsters out back, and really thought nothing of it beyond mentioning it to Bryn and a couple of other colleagues. The next duffel bag sighting came only a few days later. This time one of the store workers had found it in a female dressing room, and by now, talk of the previous 2 duffel bags that I'd found had spread around some of the workers, which I guess is why they called this in. I remember talking to the girl who called it in. She was barely over 18, and she went totally white when I said that it could have been an explosive device. Hadn't even considered it. I acted all macho and sort of stern about it, like I'd been the picture of responsibility when I'd found mine. Yeah, not really. The girl had already opened the bag, so there were no surprises this time except for the smell. This one stank even worse than the first one. Really old, musty, rotten. Rachel Stavens, welcome back for 35 months. It's been a while since I've been able to join a live stream. I missed this. I hope Joel and everyone have been doing good. Thank you. Yeah, it has been a while. How you doing? Vatas new. And Elizabeth Knapp, welcome back for 20 months. Hello, Joel. I love the love you have for your cat. I have a large tabby male cat named Godzilla, and he does get out and terrorize my neighbors. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I sadly don't let Pradeep. I feel like I wish I could let Pradeep outside, but he would probably... I don't know what he would get into. I guess that's the scary part. I feel like he'd be smart enough to figure it out, but I just would suck so bad if you got hit by a car or something, or got beat up by another animal or something like that. And David, thank you for the 1. Don't let him out. Okay. Yeah, Godzilla is a good name for a cat. Godzilla! Oh, Mark, thank you for listening that long. Oh, sorry, I don't know why I'm tired. I had Chinese food, that's probably why. It sucks the life out of you. Really old, musty, rotten almost. Thankfully no piss this time, but that didn't make it better. The girl looked like she was about to puke, so, being the gallant, manly security guard that I was, I took it off of her hands and, you guessed it, to the dumpster out back. This time I didn't even check if there was anything else in there besides clothes. I wasn't touching that crap. And so by now, we've had 3 abandoned identical duffel bags with 3 abandoned identical sets of clothes. I think it was Chris who first brought this up one day on break. And due to the job, it was rare for us to take breaks at the same time as each other, but for some reason that day, we were. Maybe there's someone living in the mall, he said. Yeah, I feel like I should say that more cinematically. Rich I.L. Stevens with the 5 says, I've been good. I got a promotion and a raise, but also getting my ass kicked at work with how much has been going on there. Okay. How have you been? I've been good. Yeah, just honestly appreciating every day, one day at a time. I don't know. I guess you just gotta appreciate the ride, right? You know? And, but I just need to find new ways to appreciate that ride more so, you know? But thank you, and yeah, congratulations on the promotion. That's freaking awesome. You hate when the MC has a lot of details? Oh, like the write-up or whatever? Or like the author of the story? P-stream. I've been pissing this whole time. Filling up my bucket. Mythrander, thank you. Maybe there's someone living in the mall, he said. He was joking, but I latched onto it, coming up with arguments about why that could be right, how it made sense, etc. In the end, I think Chris kinda got annoyed with me and left, telling me that I was some conspiracy theorist or something like that, and maybe he just didn't want to deal with the possibility. But nah, hear me out. My logic went kinda like this. 3 identical duffel bags. But no, hear me out. My logic went like this. 3 identical duffel bags. 3 generic identical outfits. 2 of them had clearly been dumped because they were stinking and old. And who knows about the middle bag? Maybe there was some damage to the clothes that I didn't see because I didn't exactly examine them or anything. Maybe the guy had crapped his pants that time, who knows? And so I started putting together reasons why the details could be the way that they were, because the guy was taking them out of the storage warehouses. They were stock from... Sorry, I don't know why I'm like not following the language. They were stock from the clearance outlets in the mall, you know, the type sells cheap. Okay. I crapped him. What's up, Mega? Oh, I don't know why I'm tired. Guys, you need to say things to me that get me de-tirified. So I started putting together reasons why the details could be the way that they were. Because the guy was taking them out of the storage warehouse. Okay, are these the Yeah, you gotta jump scare me. Because the guy was... Oh my god. Ugh. Because the guy was taking them out of the storage warehouses. They were stocked from one of the clearance outlets in the mall. Okay, I don't know why I don't follow this. So I started putting together reasons why the details could be the way that the way they were. Because the guy was taking... I didn't know if this is part of the last sentence as well. Because the guy was taking them out of the storage warehouses. Or is it... I don't know. I listened to all of Let's Read's content multiple times. Absolutely great channel. Does anyone know other similar channels that are good to check out? Keep up the great work, buddy. Thank you, Fart Nugs. Appreciate you. Yeah, what other channels are really freaking cool? To help explain their new uncanny targeting abilities, the carrots help pilots see in the dark story was born. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Right, yeah. Because the guy was taking them out of the storage warehouses. They were stocked from one of the clearance outlets in the mall. You know the type, sells cheap clothing, bags, all that good stuff. So this guy was dressing in cheap clothing from the warehouse and what, living there? Okay, so that's all part of the same, like, thought. Sorry, it just confuses the shit out of me. Do you think you could still sleep if you had a pea under your mattress? No, dude, I'd be screwed. I actually feel like I am pretty sensitive to any sort of changes in my bed because there's like these particular things, you know, that hold up the mattress within the bed frame, and sometimes they like fall down or they like disconnect from the frame because they're just like these like roll out wooden things. And anytime anyone like shifts or moves, you can just immediately tell there's like a massive difference. You sleep on the couch? Oh shit. Are you gonna get a bed soon? So I started putting together reasons why the details could be the way that they were. Because the guy was taking them out of the storage warehouses. They were stock from one of the clearance outlets in the mall. You know the type. Sells cheap clothing, bags, all that good stuff. So this guy was dressing in cheap clothing from the warehouse and what? Living in there? When I present... Goddamn. When I present it all like this, it makes me sound like some crack detective who worked this out in seconds, with one of those boards with red string and all of that kind of stuff. It wasn't like that. It took a few weeks for me to put all these pieces together. It's something I thought about absently from time to time, and during this period, a fourth duffel bag had been found in one of the men's public restrooms on the first floor. Nothing to do with me that time, but I heard about it from the guy who found it, and this time it had been found emptied all over the ground, the contents kind of just strewn about. The theory was that someone else had found it before us and gone through it to see if there was anything worth stealing. Hell, maybe there had been. But I don't think so. It was just the old clothes or more perishable food wrappers. And my chance came a few weeks later. It was my turn to switch with the night guys, and I liked the night shift. It was just coming out of a bad break. Jesus Christ. Sorry, it really is jumping from one thing to the next, and for some reason it's just like my brain's like not prepared for it. Mortis Media greater than Let's Read. Hey, what the flip? Do I know Trippy Red? Yeah, I know like one song of Trippy Red's. I think I played it on stream one time, or at least the beat. I collabed with Mortis many moons ago, though. Me and him worked on like a Ghost Stories episode or something together. I have a hater. It's all good, man. I don't really look at like any sort of competition within the realm of like horror narration per se, because it's kind of just like music. Like you like someone's voice or you don't, or you like their songs or the band or you don't, you know. It's really just a sort of subjective experience. My chance came a few weeks later. It was my turn to switch with the night guys, and I liked the night shift. I was just coming out of a bad breakup at the time, so I kind of like the silence. The time to think. I've always been that kind of person where there's sort of a badness. Fuck, man. I might have to put this in through the grammar. I might just have to run this through grammar on Chat BPC, because I don't know. I can't, like, it's like it says a thing, it's a sentence, and then it's a continuation of it, but in another sentence, and it's really hard to like tell, like the pausing, I guess, when it's like period between like each individual thought that seemingly is part of the same thing, I guess. I don't really know. Mad Lib story, might as well. You were talking smack about Kendrick for not having soul in his new album, but he released a new music today that proves you wrong. It's called Luther. Listen to it. Okay, yeah, I'll check that out. I do appreciate that, honestly. Like, I mean, I love soul, you know what I mean? I love soul, I love jazz, I love shit that just like isn't trying to get to the Super Bowl, you know what I mean? Like, I get it. It's a big accomplishment to get to the Super Bowl and be one of the Illuminati greats or whatever, and immortalized in the Hip Hop Hall of Fame or whatever. But at this end of the day, it's you need shit that touches the hearts of maybe not the masses, but just some. Yeah, he needs to make an album like Aphex Twin. David, thank you for the 5. Says, hi Joe, if you have a chance to see To Live and Die in LA, awesome movie. Interesting. To Live and Die in LA. What's that one about? Is that about the boys in the hood? Why do parents fight all the time? I don't know. I mean, I guess it's just their way of communicating, I suppose. But they probably shouldn't be fighting. Parents just don't understand. True. Yeah, maybe they're just stressed out. I don't know. Sometimes it's kind of like if they like, how do you tell? Like, how do you tell early on when you're like with somebody? Because I mean, they literally married each other under the auspice that they love each other, right? The parents. Not talking about yours specifically, but just ones that fight a lot. And it's like, how do you find someone that you like fight well with, you know? Like someone where you're just like not gonna get into like insane confrontations that result in disdain for one another. They commit too early to know who they're committing to. Yeah, that makes 100% sense, you know? It's just strange whenever you kind of like are into this interpretation that should be easy to figure out, but then it seems most people don't figure it out early. But I also don't really understand why people commit to each other so wildly quick. Like, why is that such a temptation in our culture to just be like, huh? We've been together 6 months? Let's fucking devote our entire existence, though we really don't know each other, to each other forever and ever and ever until we go insane because we didn't actually have any familiarity. Lori Hart, thank you for the 5. Appreciate you. 20 years we don't fight. Bella, that's freaking awesome. Like, that's how it should be, you know? But how do you figure that out? How does one determine the other person is going to be someone that they just get along with angelically forever? You got engaged after 2 months. Is it going well? That seems very quick. My chance came a few weeks later. It was my turn to switch with the night guys, and I liked the night shift. I was just coming out of a bad breakup at the time, so I liked the silence, the time to think. I've always been that kind of person when there's badness afoot. I like to be by myself, kind of lost in my own head, and I have a couple of very creaky floor. And I have a couple of creepy hiking experiences because of this that I might send in one day, who knows. And so I was glad that I had the night shift because I needed the space for my head, but I also am glad because it gave me an excuse to poke around the warehouse unimpeded. I tried to bring it up with colleagues in the previous weeks, but the senior boys in particular were very keen to dissuade us from poking around back there, and at the time, I started to entertain some really weird thoughts about it all, but later discovered that it was totally unconnected. Some local business that rented this space did so under the agreement that poking around wouldn't happen, and I guess that explains the haphazard security cam coverage in the warehouse areas too. Certain areas, especially inside Warehouse B, were complete camera blinds. Oh, holy shit, this feels like we're unraveling like a conspiracy of sorts, but it also feels like nothing has happened since we've started the story other than a bag full of piss. And, yeah, I don't know about it. Fun fact, the U.S. government changes people who file single than people who file as couples because the government hates single people with happy tax day. What do you mean it charges people who file? Right. Yeah, I don't know why the government's annoying as shit. It's a stupid, weird, discombobulated entity. Okay. Certain areas, especially inside Warehouse B, were complete camera blind spots for the most part. I had a pretty strong suspicion that the blind spot areas, and thus the areas my night shift led me to patrol the most, were where someone might actually be hiding. I've told events slightly out of order because I guess I have a flair for the dramatic, and in the weeks leading up to the start of my night shift, I'd become convinced that I was seeing things. Nothing wild, not talking or creepypasta tier, just obvious things. Glimpses of black-clad men carrying that specific black duffel bag, always blending into a crowd or disappearing around a corridor. People whose faces I could never get a full look at, who always seemed to be deliberately keeping just out of my reach. But at the time, I knew that I'd look like a nut job if I pursued that, or even told anyone. Hell, maybe in the years since I've built it up in my head and remember it happening more often than it did, but it's enough that even looking back at it now, it gives me, the grown-ass man who's worked some pretty tough security jobs, oh my god. Fuck. The German custom of each person having their own blanket in bed is a thing of beauty. I mean, that just makes sense, because whenever you're sleeping, you're next to somebody or whatever, it's your body is not going to be just comfortably laying in one spot, staring at the ceiling like you're in Fargo, it's everybody's just kind of in their own selfish world, curling up into a ball. Who does the animations? Oh, that's Robin Mikalsen. But it's enough that, even looking back now, it gives me, the grown-ass man who's worked some tough security jobs, the shivers. And there was something about the shapelessness of it, the idea of someone clad in black sneaking around the mall, my mall, even though they hadn't done anything bad, except for leaving stinking clothes around. Not yet. My god, I cannot fucking follow this. What the fuck is going on? I don't know. There was something about the shapelessness of it. The idea of someone wearing black, sneaking around the mall, my mall, even though they hadn't done anything bad, except for leaving stinking clothes around. Not... Okay, that was the end of the sentence. I don't know. I feel I don't even know. I feel the stories need something scary to occur before the big, like it almost needs to be like scary, 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 big scary. Otherwise it's just it reminds me of the ghost stories where they like, there's so much build up. Ugh. The haunted malls. There was something about the shapelessness of it. The idea that someone wearing black was sneaking around the mall, my mall, even though they hadn't done anything bad except for leaving stinking clothes around. Well, not yet anyway. So, first night shift I almost ran to the warehouse B route in eagerness. Dumb, I know, but when I got there, I kind of paced myself, started walking the route normally. The warehouses had lights and we were allowed to have them on during patrol, so it wasn't some sinister pitch black. The warehouses had lights and we were allowed to have them on during patrol, so it wasn't some sinister pitch black walk through the dark, or at least it wasn't meant to be. I walked the route, probably whistling. I don't know. Talk loudly in your sleep. This snowman has no penis. Ever try recording myself while asleep? I haven't, no. I'd be kind of scared. What if you heard something weird, dude? What if you heard something weird? I walked the route, probably whistling, trying to look like a picture of... Wait, did I miss something? God damn it, dude. The warehouse had lights, and we were allowed to... Yeah, I think I need to start back there. The warehouses have... Oh my god. I don't know. I give up, dude. The warehouses had lights, and we were allowed to have them on during patrol, so it wasn't some sinister pitch black walk through the dark, or at least it wasn't meant to be. I walked the route, probably whistling, trying to look like a picture of doesn't care to who, no idea, and this area wasn't even covered by cameras. But then I started looking a little closer at things. Just take a look, I thought, you know. And I remembered this shelving unit belonged to one of the clothing clearance stores, and I figured that it wouldn't hurt to double-check the boxes, you know, that kind of thing. Like I was trying to convince myself in my own head that I wasn't investigating the idiotic... Damn. Like I was trying to convince myself in my own head that I wasn't investigating the idiotic idea of someone living in the back corridors and hidden corners of the mall, because obviously that wasn't happening. How could it have been? Why would someone? But then, I found the nest. Yeah, okay, it wasn't a nest like that, not some creature's lair, but it was a collection of boxes on a huge bottom shelf that had been opened and taped together to form a kind of tiny room. It was barely disguised, and I have no idea how anyone missed it before I found it. To this day, there's a tiny part of me that suspects that he wanted to be found, and specifically by me, because I've been the one to find his first duffel bag. And I'm sure that's just my dramatic side talking again. Oh shit, we found the nest, baby. We found the box fort. The homeless man's eggs were laying here. Oh, man. Finally. Spookies have arrived. I should do a book. Which book should I do? I should do a gay novel about a werewolf and a vampire, and they fight, but like in the midst of their fight, they're actually lovers because they turn into the werewolf and vampire at nighttime, and they don't even know it. They don't even know. Ooh, no. What? You're telling me But that's ew. Come on. Come on, guys. It's Pride Year. Have some respect. Like, write out your stories in spooky form. You know, honestly, it wouldn't be too bad of an idea. Like, if there were two werewolves that fought at night, but they were two gay guys that really liked each other and lived together during the day, and then they just wake up in the morning with, like, tattered clothes, sometimes out in, like, a field, and they're just like, I guess we got crazy last night. Sick of superheroes and vampire movies. Oh, like Blade? I gotta sneeze. Oh, that's 2 seasons of True Blood? Damn. Alright, maybe they've already done all that. Blade was peak, honestly. Those Blade movies were great. I wasn't a huge fan of Blade 3 per se, but the first two were pretty sick. And Blade 3 wasn't bad either. It's just... Alright. Because I had been the one to find his first duffel bag. And I'm sure that's just my dramatic side talking again, but, you know, you start to wonder. As mall security, we had these extendable baton things, and I never had a cause to use mine for violence, and I hoped that night wouldn't change that. But I had been waiting for an excuse to extend it with a whooshing wrist flick motion in the line of duty, which I did at that moment, or at least tried to. Of course, that's the time that it didn't work properly and the baton got stuck and I had to extend it by hand, and I'd shown that move off to buddies God knows how many times, and the one time I finally got to use it, I fumbled it. So I approached this obvious nest of boxes. Of course, I didn't know what was inside at this point, just that it was a bunch of boxes taped together, and I could see an opening in a space beyond. Hey, anyone in there? I called out. Mall security, I'm giving you one chance to come out with your hands up. I don't know why I said with your hands up. We didn't carry guns. It just sounded like something I should say. Yeah? I called out, or something else, and no movement from inside the box. I reached forward with my baton and parted that flap that sort of served as a... Oh, man. What's up, Clifford? Twilight with Jacob and Edward being gay would have been a better storyline than them fighting over a lesbian. Yeah, did she end up becoming a lesbian at the end, or... She just loved the idea of them fighting over her. There was no movement from inside the box, and I reached forward with my baton and parted the flap that served as a door. And holy crapola, the stench. It was honestly like chemical warfare. Jesus Christ, and until that point I'd had no idea that the simple odor of the human body could end up being that foul. It wasn't soil from a human or anything like that. It was purely the stench of human existence. No wonder this guy, and obviously what? Andrew Bats with the twos. Hey, sup, how's it going? Remember me? I do, Andrew. What's up, man? Staying out of trubs. What's a dab? I'll take one. I found a baby possum last night. Cutest fucking thing ever. Honestly, cuter than kittens. I wish I could have kept it. You could. See what happens. Don't they eat ticks? That'd be kind of sweet. But I hate ticks. Back surgery recovery. Oh, damn. I feel sorry, Andrew. I feel like you're in and out of the hospital quite a bit. I'm sorry about that. Wish you weren't so nauseous. What happened? Were you spinning in circles? Hey, Jayla. They do. I love them trash mice. That's sweet. Yeah, you should definitely keep the puppy. Do they call them that? A possum puppy? Man. No wonder this guy... Jesus Christ. Like, as soon as I sneeze, it just gets stuck. Like, my nose just gets stuck. Permanent fucking sniffly. No wonder this guy, and it obviously was this guy, kept disposing of his bags of clothes. There was a bundle of generic brand sleeping bags in the nest, one clearly slept in and the others used for padding. I mean, the guy had access to all of this backlog stock, so why not? There were also 2 or 3 of the black duffel bags in there, still in cellophane wrapping, and a stack of the generic black clothes that I'd been finding. I backed up a little bit and assessed my surroundings, trying to place which store this particular area of storage belonged to. And then things clicked into place. This shelving area had belonged to the budget clothing store that had gone out of business last year, and I guess for whatever reason they shut down suddenly and left their stock behind. Eventually someone would have come to clear it out, and I'd had no idea what happened in a case like that, and I wasn't a retail work. God damn it, Fuck. I feel like I get rambling in the story and then I just like start to like lose track of what I'm even fucking talking about for some reason. I'm sorry. It's like the words start to like flow, but they also don't make any sense as I'm saying them, and I just don't really know. They're called Joey, similar to your name. A baby Joel possum. Am I hungover? Yeah, from Jenkum. I boofed too much Jenkum last night and I'm hungover. I'm not even sick, I don't know. I closed myself in this stupid fucking enclosure. And I don't know if there's just like dust and bullshit coming out of it that I'm allergic to. Too hard on myself. Maybe. I guess for whatever reason they shut down suddenly and left their stock behind, and eventually someone would have come to clear it out. I had no idea what happened in a case like that, though. I wasn't a retail worker. I do remember that around then it was unusual, but not unheard of, for a store to suddenly shut down. And clearance generic brand clothing sold cheap. You don't have to be a genius to connect that kind of store with sweatshops. So who knew what possible reasons could have led to a shutdown and abandonment of stock? Now leaning back in, covering my nose, I tentatively peered into the den that my squatter had been inhabiting. Nothing else really identifying or interesting, and I figured that we'd have to call the cops to report an intruder, and they could go through this little living area and the warehouse overall and search for any identification or evidence of wrongdoing besides breaking and entering. I was a security guard, not a detective, and it wasn't my job to investigate the crime, just to stop it from happening. It felt like an anticlimax, but I was relieved to finally have to... I guess that was kind of anticlimactic. I was kind of hoping he'd get like smashed over the head with a skateboard or something, and some guy just go, I'm homeless. I'm homeless, get away from me. I'm unhoused. I'm dehousified. Get away from me. That's my purse. I don't know you. It felt like an anticlimax, but I was relieved to finally have the matter taken out of my hands. As I backed away from the den and straightened up, I realized 2 things at once. 1, the den was empty, which meant the guy was gone. And 2, the den was empty, which meant the guy could be anywhere. And I fumbled for my radio, dropped the freaking thing because of course I wasn't acting like the manly hero I'd always pictured in those scenarios. Then, when I was sure the brick of a unit wasn't broken, I radioed through to the security office. One of my favorite colleagues was on that night, and she was a matronly... What the hell? And she was a motherly figure who brought in home-baked goods, and we all affectionately called her Mom. I can't even remember her real name, to be honest with you, and how she ended up in mall security was something I'll never figure out, but of all the senior guards who could be working the cameras on any night, having Mom there was a particular reassurance. And I realize now how weird it must have sounded to be over... Damn. Random question, what's your favorite movie to watch on Halloween? Fuck, I don't even know, dude. Not like I do watch a lot of horror movies, but I can't say that any of them I really, really enjoy that much. There's something about horror movies that, like, I want to watch them, but they always tend to be, like, the least exciting things ever. But I guess I do really enjoy Nightmare Before Christmas just in general around that time, because it kind of reignites a certain degree of passion for the holidays. I realize now how weird it must have sounded to be overheard saying, God damn it, Jack Squellington. I realize now how weird it must have sounded to be overheard saying, dude, why is my voice, oh my god. Channel inspired to create something similar, sleep-friendly content, but with real stories, no ads, just pure storytelling. Oh, nice. Dark Sleep Stories. Go subscribe. Honestly, should have put like some apple cider vinegar in this water just to like loosen up the phlegm. I realize now how weird it must have sounded to be overheard saying, Mom, I think there's a guy down here, into the radio. But it was the squatter guy who would have heard me, so screw him. Naturally, she radioed back asking me to confirm just what in the blue blazing hell I was talking about and whether I was okay. I didn't even have to reply when, I swear to Jesus Christ Almighty above, the lights from the entire warehouse B. I didn't even have to reply when, I swear to Jesus Christ Almighty above, the lights for the entire warehouse B building went... dude, what the fuck? Why is my... why is my voice going bad now? Like, literally one fucking story in. Alright. Andrew Bats with the 5 says, an unhoused person shooting up into his balls on the sidewalk is no different than going home and enjoying a dry Merlot, says Gavin Newsom. Fuck Gavin Newsom, he's a retard. I didn't even have time to reply when, I swear to Jesus Christ Almighty above, the lights for the entire warehouse B building... I didn't even have time to reply when, and I swear to Jesus Christ Almighty above, the lights for the entire warehouse B building went out. Boom. Total pitch blackness. This wasn't something that often happened. There was no fancy timer, no famous generator problems. If the lights went out, it was because someone hit the switches. But thank you, Andrew. My mind didn't run through the usual. I'm being pranked. Not okay. I don't know why. Like, why is it not just continue? Like, why does ChatGPT have to like stop and like let you know? Should I continue? Like, fucking just edit it, bro. Sucking on a small piece of sugar-free candy. That sounds nice. But the only bad thing is, like, if you create too much saliva in your throat or in your just mouth in general, it also kind of like gets in the way of reading. I don't know. There's just like, you have to be in like this like absolute perfect spot of a moist but also like stringent mouth position, and it's just like very kind of annoying sometimes if you don't get it absolutely perfect. Hey Hannah, thank you. Hey, what's up Claire? Suck on some lemons. Yeah, I'll just squirt them in my eyeballs. Usually helps. Naturally, she radioed back asking me to confirm just what in the blue blazing hell I was talking about and whether I was okay. I didn't even have time to reply when, and I swear to Jesus Christ Almighty above, the lights for the entire Warehouse B building went out. Boom. Total pitch black darkness. And this wasn't something that often happened. There was no fancy timer, no famous generator problems. If the lights went out, it was because someone hit the switches. My mind didn't run through the usual I'm being pranked nonsense. The nest, the duffel bags, they were not a prank. Nobody I worked with had the imagination or the motivation to pull off something so elaborate. Just wasn't a thing. So the only explanation I even entertained was that the guy who had been living in the mall was still in the warehouse and had just shut off the lights. Thankfully, we carried flashlights on the night shift, and I tried to get mine off of my belt just as, and I swear to God, I heard footsteps pounding across the warehouse floor. Running footsteps coming directly at me. Fast. The light switches weren't far from where I was. I got my flashlight up just in time to see someone wearing black, a scrawny figure charging straight at me. He barreled into me at just the right moment. He barrels into me at just the wrong moment, catching me perfectly off guard so that I fell right backward, slamming against a shelf. I heard him mutter something, saw him stumble in the waving beam of my flashlight, and then just take off down the aisle. God damn it. What should I even do, I thought. I wasn't paid nearly enough to get murdered on the job, but my pride had been hurt, and my shoulder. So, I got up and ran after him as I radioed to Mom, panting out what details I could, getting frustrated as she kept asking me to repeat things. The guy seemed like he was darting down corridors in the dark, and I was barely keeping up with him using just my flashlight. In the end, I just yelled for Mom to call the cops to the warehouses, now, and drop the radio so I could run faster. For a moment, I lost him. Then I heard a door slam somewhere down a corridor and knew where he must have been headed. There was a small complex of rooms between warehouses A and B, just a break room, a bathroom, etc., and I started jogging down there. And for all I knew, he was waiting on the other side of the door with a machete or a gun or even a fire extinguisher, and I probably didn't take nearly enough care as I burst in. The lights were still on in there, causing me to kind of wince and reel back, and thankfully, no weaponized squatter was there waiting for me. Just an open door leading into the bathroom. I went through the open door. The bathrooms in that area were 2 individual rooms, men's and women's, with 1 toilet, 1 sink, etc. in each. These weren't public bathrooms, just for people who had reason to be in the warehouse zone. The women's bathroom was open and I could see a ceiling vent covering lying on the ground like it had been pulled off and tossed aside. I stepped in and shone my flashlight up into that hole, and I thought I could hear the faint sound of someone crawling away through those vents, but maybe that was just my imagination. I was so fixated on the vent that it took me a moment to notice the writing in the mirror. Now, I can't say for sure that it was from this guy. It could have just been graffiti left by literally anyone at any time, but like I said, these were worker bathrooms, the female bathroom nonetheless, no less. It's Candyman. This reminds me of the time I was fumbling with something on my bike when a guy in all black in a black mask rushed me from a bush next to me. I got the fuck out of there as soon as my hair went up. That's scary. Just like, he's like, imagine he's going to overtake you, but he's just really slow, and you're like, what the fuck? That would be scary. I've always kind of like wondered if someone came after you on a bike, if you were stopped, if you could like build up enough speed right out the gate. missed your silly milestone. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there you are. 38 months. Mega, mega, mega. Goddamn. This the same warehouse. Wait. Goddamn. This the same warehouse, lol. P.S. Love you, Joel. Thank you. Love you too, Mega. Wait, which warehouse? Are you in a warehouse right now? I'm in my flow state. I'm flowing. I'm flow from Progressive. I'm just glad the story got interesting. It was like full-on Paul Blart Mall Cop for a while there, but without the people doing parkour and BMX tricks. But like I said, these were worker bathrooms. The female bathroom as well. Does that really matter here? I tend to think of women as just generally less likely to vandalize bathrooms. And if that makes me sexist, so be it. I just couldn't imagine anyone doing it in their own workplace. And on the mirror, in Sharpie, someone had just written the F word and eat poop. Not exactly written like that. Laid out exactly like that, though. The F word on one line and then eat poop on the next. I remember the exact wording to this day, and to this day I have no idea if our guy's Sharpie simply just didn't work for the word off, or if he wrote exactly what he meant to write. Laid out exactly like that, with the F word on one line and eat poop on the next. I remember the exact wording to this day, and to this day, I have no idea if our guy's Sharpie simply just didn't work for the word off after the top line, or if he wrote exactly what he meant to write. Sadly, I can't tell you that I pursued him into those vents like some action hero, or Batman, I guess. Absolutely not. Sorry, I wasn't about to die in a vent in my 20s for an almost minimum wage security job. I'm not die hard. And I waited for the cops, who showed up very shortly after. Now I'll rush through what happened next. Basically, the cops investigated, and we indeed had a squatter living in the mall. He hadn't limited himself to his den in that warehouse either. The cops, management, and us guards found at least 4 other bolt holes. Should set up a thing so that the chat can shock you when you make a reading mistake. That'd be so funny. Can you imagine if you guys actually had a button, and then like every time I fucked up, I'm just like, oh crap. And it's just like, And then I just like have PTSD and I never make another mistake in my life. Even if it makes no sense. I pronounce the place completely wrong. I just keep going because I'm like sweating bullets. 400 electric shocks per second, yeah. And all of them are connected to my testicles and butthole. Have you heard of sea monkeys? I do remember them from Rugrats back in the day, but I never had any. And I've always been curious if, I don't know, maybe I saw like a YouTube short or something like that where like some guy had sea monkeys that were from all the way back like 20 plus years ago. And then he used them thinking that they were going to be like somehow reanimated because of like moisture. But they weren't. They were dead. The eggs were dead. They are shrimp you can grow in a tank. That's pretty sick. Shrimp. Now you can't call them sea monkeys anymore. They get pissed off. Joel getting shocked every time he fucks up and it's mic'd up. That would be pretty funny. I don't know exactly. We'll get that figured out. That'll be a birthday thing. Or if I play a game and every time I die, I get shocked. Mega with the 5 says positive reinforcement for Joel. Like a nice back scratch. That would be nice. Back scratch with a whip. Have you ever boxed? I did some MMA stuff and some like basic boxing like classes, but I really didn't stick with it. The one annoying thing to me is I didn't really wrap my hands, and I would come out of classes with like my knuckles would be like ripped up and bleeding and stuff. And it's just one of those things that it's mainly just like your skin getting ripped over and over again. And it sucks because it like, I mean, it doesn't look terrible, but it's like takes forever to heal for some reason. It's almost like a burn, like getting a burn or whatever. And I don't know, it just like looks yucky for a while and shit. But overall, I don't know, I didn't mind doing like combat classes or like jujitsu stuff. It's just, I don't know, I stopped doing jiu-jitsu because it was just not that fun, like showing up, barely doing a warm-up or any stretching, and then immediately your shit is like supposed to, like someone's supposed to like take you and just fucking bend you in weird directions in the expectation that they're trying to, make you quit and hurt you essentially, and you're not even warmed up, all your ligaments are not warmed up, and you're also just like rolling around with a bunch of older dudes who are sweaty as fuck and gross. And like I heard stories about like my one friend, he got like ringworm, which is like a fungus that you get from the fucking mat, and it like grows, you know what I mean? And I guess it can be treated with like various stuff or apple cider vinegar or something like that. But I was like, dude, I'm not gonna get cauliflower ear. I'm not gonna get fucking ringworm or some staph infection just so I can like prove that I'm like as cool as fucking dipshit Joe Rogan, you know what I mean? Like, and once again, no issue with anybody or Joe Rogan or anybody that wants to do fucking, wrestling around with a bunch of sweaty men. Like, that's fine. That's totally fine. And it actually seems very fun and a great workout and something you can keep working towards for the rest of your life and be proud of, like, honestly. But I don't want to fucking get some weird skin disease to impress other 30 to 50-year-old men. Like, that sounds terrible. And then just to, like, train forever to get beat by, like, the 115-pound, like, very gangly-legged, teenage kid who's just been doing it since he was a kid. Those are the most dangerous people in jiu-jitsu. Tai Chi does sound more my style. Literally an episode for Abbott Elementary. Did he get sick? Joel Brogan podcast, check it out. Read by day, magnesium by night, all day. Is it worse to drink on a workout day or a rest day? I mean, I've heard that like even just 2 drinks, and I could be wrong, but even just like 2 drinks or maybe even 1 drink, I don't know, in like post-workout or during your workout just like stops the process of protein synthesis or whatever. So it's like, you're going to be building on both of those days, on rest days and your workout days. So I would just avoid alcohol in general. And you know what I mean? Like, you might as well not build that habit now. And I mean, if you're going to do it socially with friends, but I wouldn't do it like that much. Fisherman stories. I swear I've done that before at some point. Might have to look it up on the channel. Hanging your Twitch with a friend. Yeah, let's check the Twitch out, guys. How many people we got over on Twitchy Poo? We have 8 people, actually. What's up, Cheeky Gray over there? What sparked this? Just chilling, man. That's funny. The response over on Twitch is so much more real time than YouTube, which makes me sad. I wish YouTube was like super. Here, we'll time it. Cheeky Gray, type poop. Okay, that was fast. Well, okay, we'll do a quicker one. Type. Okay. I'm going to have you type the letter A, but I'll tell you when to type it so you're prepared on where it's in the keyboard. But then we're going to see like how when I say the letter A, how long it takes. So you get your hand on that A quickly. Okay. Type A now. That was like 3 seconds. Well, guys, yours is like 3 seconds too. Alright, maybe there's no difference and I'm just a fucking idiot. But that's cool though. Also, you typing A just sent me all of your banking information, so sorry about that. I'll be taking this. Joe Rogan's one of the worst human beings ever. Oh no. What'd he do? He came to your house and he peed on all of your favorite literature. You're epic. I've been a long time listener. I love the streams. You're a G person. Aw, thanks. Gid Gav, good to see you. The cops, management, and us guards found at least 4 other areas around the mall, and only one of them was in the warehouse. The others, well, we'll just say that he got around the whole complex. It was an old maze-like building, as I said earlier. Not at all. It was an old maze-like building, as I said earlier. Not at all to get lost in. Jeez, I suck at this. What's up, Brian? It was an old maze-like building, as I said earlier. Not all that hard to get lost in the corridors and maintenance closets and the vents and the gaps between stores. In every little hold-up hole that he had, we found... Damn it. In every little nest that he had, we found duffel bags in the same black outfits. We never found any boots, though. He'd been wearing heavy boots when he charged me, and I remember those thundering footsteps. I guess his boots meant something to him, so he never changed them. But the clothes, yeah, they were just this sort of basic black... But the clothes, yeah, they were just basically... Oh, there's Kitty here. Hi, Kitty. He's come to lay in his bed. But the clothes, yeah, just these basic black garments. And trash, loads of food wrappers from stuff that he'd stolen from the warehouse and eaten. Nothing really nutritional, and he must have been in terrible health by the time I chased him off. And we really found nothing else. No sort of manifesto, no sinister plans, no other writing, no ID, no personal belongings. But I always remember how in that first duffel bag, there was that one dirty plush cat. And had I thrown that guy's one beloved possession into the dumpster out back? And is that why he told me to F off and eat crap? And that phrase became a running joke around the security guards for a while, until, like all things, it eventually fizzled out. It was kind of just easier to focus on that than consider how incredibly creepy and unsafe it was that someone had been living in the walls of the mall for who knows how long. Probably the same reason management was very focused on keeping it covered up. I never found proof that anything truly terrible had happened, but of course the vents and the crawl spaces had access to span... Shite. But of course the vents and... Holy shit, we're still going. Simone Archibald, thank you for the 5. Appreciate you. Let's make electric shock a reality. I never heard Joel on my TV good and my phone needs to charge, but I had both for a minute and it was like Joel and Joel in a millisecond delay. It was wild. Got excited. Oh, okay. Thank you, Simone. Have you heard of A-Dubs, a YouTuber? Just reminded of her recently and was reminding me of one of the stories from the roommate video. She got sucked into a meditation cult that worships plants like ayahuasca, which is what reminded me of that one story. Oh yeah, she gotta be careful, she'll peel off her face. What is it? A-Dubs Secrets. Just all of her videos. I got high as fuck. I got very high. Oh wow. It's been a year since her last video. Yeah, I don't know. Getting high as shit to me, it's like some people just make that their entire life all the time. And I get it to a degree why you would end up down that route. But it's just like, it's weird the sort of self-aggrandizing that comes along with it. Where people like think it's so fucking sick. They're like, you know what? I'm going to make a religion based around being lazy and not really that exciting. Yeah, if I'm going to do a full-on cult, yeah, you guys are going to be smoking PCP. We're going to be fucking building brick walls with stones we dig out of the ground with our own hands. It's going to be sick. There ain't going to be any little whiny babies. We're all going to be just growling the whole time. Escapism. That's fair. That's totally fair. Drinking HGP. we smoke PCP to wake up and drink roofie to fall asleep. I should be kind of curious, honestly, if we all gathered together at a convention, right? Hold a big convention, I read some stories, whatever, and then at the end it's like a challenge for us to all smoke PCP and see if we can like fucking deadlift a car and flip it. But we have to flip the car, and we have to see how many cars we could flip in the parking lot before the cops came. And then we go to the next convention. And that's kind of just like our thing. It's been like tradition for years. I know. A boy can dream. But I did see iDubbbz was gonna... You said A-Dubs, now we got iDubbbz. iDubbbz was gonna come back and make he was teasing a content cop. Can you guys imagine how freaking sweet that's gonna be? I don't know. I feel like it's just gonna be like content cop for alpha males or something. Like these alpha males have been spreading misogynistic propaganda for the last 15 months, especially. Alright, we get it. iDubbbz, you're the coolest guy, man. You're so cool. You're so morally superior than all the evil bad guys. Alright, anyways. Wort. Where he decries his past self. Well, he's already done that. He already did his like self-lashings, you know what I mean? Where he went on stream or made a video and was like, I was a bad guy in the past. Even though nobody cared, I'm gonna go out of my way to really let you know that I cared. Am I black-pilled? What's black-pilled? What's the definition of black-pilled? Is it cyanide? If it's cyanide, then yes, I'm eating it. Give it to me now. Raw. I'm suppository pilled. I can't take anything by mouth. It has to go right up my bum. Do you think they deliver pills through the urethra? Do you think that's a possibility? But of course, the vents and crawl spaces had access to span the bath. Oh. But of course, the vents and crawl spaces had access to the bathrooms and the private and public ones. There were dressing rooms, all sorts of places for someone to hide, and if they were so inclined, he might even watch. We all publicly agreed that it was better to just not know, as long as he never came back, and you can believe security was pretty tightened up, at least for a while, and I left the role about 18 months later, and by then, things started to calm down somewhat. But those of us who had been there at the time still talked about the shadow in the walls who wanted to F and eat poop. See, I can't really say this if it says bad words, but it's kind of like integral to the story. Fuck and eat shit. Jingle pilled, yeah. I'm jingle pilled. I just listen to various covers of Jingle Bells all year round. Jingle bells, shout out for a top Aussie fan and the obnoxious LA-born Tony. Shout out to you. Who's LA-born Tony? Did he move to Australia to chill? Shout out to you guys. The Temple of Suffering. Thank you for the 279. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, we're on season 7 of Black Mirror, which is crazy. Can't believe it's already at that point. I've watched none of them, but I just thought it was interesting that they were on season 7. I almost finished all the episodes of Love on the Spectrum. Greatest show ever, by the way. It's my favorite show. But those of us who had been there at the time still talked about the shadow. I left the role about 18 months later, and by then... Dude, what the fudge? So is a black-pilled person a nihilistic incel? I guess it depends. I mean, I don't know if you would necessarily fall into the incel route, but I could see there being some crossovers there. I think black-pilled in general, yeah, it just means... Like, if it's within the political context, I think it's pretty nihilistic in the sense that you would have non-hope for... You wouldn't have hope for left or right, you know, the Democrat or Republican, at least in the American context, political paradigm. And you would kind of just assume that things are rolling along as they do into the true Black Mirror reality that is coming. No matter how bad people think of Black Mirror, San Junipero is so great. What was that one? I left the role about 18 months later, and by then, things had calmed down somewhat. But those of us who had been there at the time still talked about that shadow in the walls, so I really don't have any definitive conclusion about who this creepy, stinky guy was that knocked me over, and I know that's pretty disappointing, but I do know who he was, sort of. As about 10 years later after I left that job, I was in a very different place and position in life. I was in a relationship with someone who would later become my wife, and she was also from the same town. We'd grown up together, but not together, if that makes sense. The kind of relationship where you meet later in life and remember each other. She knew about that mall shadow, obviously, and many of the other bizarre stories, but this one had always stuck with her because she'd been to that same mall many times. Even though we lived across the country by that point, my wife, though we weren't married yet when this happened, still got our local weekly paper mailed to us by her mom. It was sort of a cute It was sort of a cute thing, but now I kind of wonder if her mom did it purely for this purpose. There was a story a few pages in about a man who had been arrested. His charges were stalking, harassment, and conspiracy to kidnap. He was really He appeared to be an unhoused individual and had been living pretty rough, while repeatedly stalking a handful of women in the area. This time, when they picked him up, they had found a manifesto. According to the newspaper report, it was a notebook that he had just filled with scrawlings about one unnamed young woman in particular. I couldn't find any more about the case online and never really have, even in the years since, and I guess the charges were eventually dropped, or maybe he died or something. He looked very sickly in his mugshot that they printed out, and I only saw his face once, in a sort of frantic flashlight all the way back then, while he was charging at me, so I can't be certain. But I know that was him. That was the guy who had been living in those dens throughout that goddamned mall. And it just goes to show you that you really never know who's out there. You may never find out what people are thinking or what they might do if pushed just the right way. And sometimes just thinking about that keeps me up at night more than any confirmed murder or direct act of violence. Just the idea that it could happen at any time, from anywhere. All right. Gross. Well, that was story one. What I should do is be right back and put a little apple cider vinegar in some water. Are you a scholar and a gentleman? Oh, I am a scholar and a gentleman. Thank you, Mark. You are too. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'm going to put some... Oh, my cat's just sitting on my foot. That's funny. I'm going to... Yeah, I'll be right back. Spider jockey. God, dude. I went to this chicken restaurant, and whilst I was eating with my friends, there was this group of like 3 high school kids, but they seemed to be older high school kids, you know, like athletes of sorts. And God, they were fucking annoying. They just like, as soon as they came in, it was just like, huh? What's that? Huh? Yeah. What the fuck? Like, they're just like so much fucking energy where they just wanted to like be like, it was reminding me of like someone let like 3 huskies into a fucking room, and they just like had to investigate everything because the smells were just so overstimulating. And I just like, they were like, whoa, like when they saw our food, they're like, whoa, like get like really like way too fucking close to your food to like examine it. And I felt like I was just anticipating them to like, what did you guys get? Like, you know, and I couldn't tell if they were just like high or maybe they just like did sports. But at one point I was like, one of them just like out of nowhere was like, chicken jockey, like just yelled it for some dumb fucking reason. And I laughed. I did, you know, granted I did laugh, and it was definitely worth them saying it. But at the same time, I'm like, can you guys get away before I explode the vest, before I pull the string on the explosive vest I'm wearing, please? It was cringe, but it just reminded me of, I'm like, man, so this is literally like Instagram Reels, like personified in like many ways. Where because I can't. That was the one thing I've noticed, like with like friends, kids who are like maybe a bit younger. It's like, it really seems like it's very difficult for some of them to just like lock the fuck in. Like, it's just so much like, I mean, I have some ADHD style energy from time to time, but man, theirs seems like next fucking level. You thought I was pooping. You can go check if you want. Edit a channel video for your channel. What's your crime girl? We're gonna take a peek. We're gonna take a look-see here at this chicken jockey channel. Just kidding. Oh, nice. Oh, look at that. 3 months ago, 4.7K. That's solid. Luigi Mangione, the vigilante that got caught on purpose. Wait, is it caught on purpose? Oh, he let himself. That's right. He gave himself. Gypsy Rose victim or manipulator? Should we listen to it? Crime girl, should we listen to your vid for a little bit? Do you give us permission? That is honestly the usage of AI to do absolutely anything. Like I'm not smart, I'm not dumb, I'm somewhere in between. But I do know that the more shit that I have in front of me and more stimulation, I do realize the worse it is for me overall. Like, it just like drives your brain into overdrive, and it becomes a drug that you kind of need, you know. And I can only imagine during your developmental years where you need to develop creativity, critical thinking, you know, problem solving bullshit, and that's just sort of what school is. It's like repetitious busy work to like teach you how to kind of do the nonsense. And not saying it's always helpful, but it definitely is a bit of a foundation to the human mind that is kind of buried subconsciously, that does help to some degree, you know what I mean? And yeah, school's not great, but if once people get to the point where all they use is like AI, man, that's gonna like erode the human's ability to like even think. Like, you know, do you ever have like an Alexa and you like ask it what the freaking weather is, and then you're not even near it, but you just like instinctively want to be like, Alexa, can you oh, you don't exist anywhere near me right now. I feel like that's how it's going to be for their brains when like they need to do anything creative or contemplate something. They're going to be like, what? AI does the thinking for me. Okay, we're going to listen to Crime Girl's vid. Did she respond? I didn't even. Yes, do it. There we go. Okay, thank you, Crime Girl. Let's take a listen. Well, we won't listen too long, but just to get a vibe. Ooh, I like the start. Guys, go subscribe to that Crime Girl.
Content in this video is based on my personal research and opinions, using information I've
Content of this
gathered.
video is, I made it up.
Solely for educational and entertainment
It came to me in a
purposes.
dream from an angel.
I encourage you to conduct your own research. If you're a devoted Gypsy supporter unwilling to consider alternative
good voice.
perspectives, you may want to skip this video. However, if you're like me and want to explore the untold side of the story that the media isn't sharing, keep watching.
I was reporting from Aurora, Missouri. I am about to dive off our porch into the pile of snow.
Into a pile of snow. You don't even subscribe to me. Oh my god, Gypsy Rose just committed slur slide.
One of the most polarizing figures in modern true crime. A name as infamous for her squeaky, childlike voice as for the jaw-dropping crime that landed her behind bars. Beneath her seemingly innocent appearance is a wild, layered story of alleged abuse, manipulation, and murder that has kept the public hooked for years. To understand Gypsy's story, you have to start with her mom, Dee Dee Blanchard. Born Claudine, she had a seriously troubled early life, displaying traits of control and deceit from a young age. Dee
She's a
Dee's
manipulative
past was filled with
monster.
Petty theft and manipulative behavior within her family.
Oh wait, you leaving,
Her
Sam?
controlling nature was evident early on, manifesting as extreme manipulations that
Free
cast
Gypsy.
shadows over Gypsy's childhood. Rod, who was only 17 when Dee Dee
There
became
should
pregnant,
be
felt compelled to marry her because
maybe
of
it's,
societal
you know, honestly,
expectations of
it'd be
their
kind of cool
Southern
if like
upbringing.
prisons
The
had
relationship was troubled from the start.
something that's
Dee Dee's erratic
accessible to the
behavior
public
setting her
outside
tone.
where you can like leave them
Dee Dee was
snacks
suspected
and then
of
see them
severe
come up
neglect and
kind of like
theft by
zoo
her own
animals to
family.
like get the
Her
snacks.
sister once confided that Dee Dee may have played a role in their mother's death. Gypsy continued her relationship with Nick, who eventually agreed to help her murder Dee Dee. Gypsy stole a knife from Walmart to aid Nick in the murder.
Sorry, I just
In
jumped ahead a
chilling
little bit
prelude to
there.
the crime, Gypsy made a video for Nick detailing the layout of.
This is good though, Crime Girl. I think it's like got foundationally, it has everything you need, honestly. Sorry, I just wanted to listen to it for a little bit just to get a vibe. I would say, you know, my only suggestions is like you can always improve audio quality, right? You know, as far as voice, you can always improve dictation, and you know, just sound quality in general is something that like when they can really hear your voice and it's mastered well, if you can hone that in, that's going to be sick. Obviously, you don't have to like show yourself on camera if you don't want to, but sometimes, you know, for editing purposes, that does kind of help people. And I guess in twofold, it like helps break up, you know, the B-roll that you have to use for videos, but it also helps people kind of connect with you in the same way they might connect with like Mr. Ballin or, you know, the like Lighthouse Horror and the way that he does it and that kind of thing. But once again, you don't have to. It just helps to kind of break up and, you know, the audience kind of like if their brain starts to go somewhere and that kind of thing. But no, I like what you're doing here. The research sounds solid. It's everything seems moving in a good direction, and yeah, just always looking for improvements. But yeah, guys, go subscribe to That Crime Girl and get her started. That's awesome. Why don't I show my face? Well, that's a good point too. Crap. Well, the only reason I say it's just for like if you're just starting out and you're comfortable with that, but I guess I'm just like not comfortable with it for myself. But if you're not comfortable with it for yourself, you shouldn't, you know, if you don't want to. In which case, audio quality and like dictation is going to be very important, obviously. Posting your video tomorrow. Thanks for featuring. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, that'll be sick. What's tomorrow's video going to be about? All right, we're going to go to story numero 20. That's Latin for number 2. Fix this grammar, but don't change the story. I just wear a Minecraft mask. Yeah, I'm just wearing like the mask that Dream wore.
Hey guys. You've probably been wondering what I look like. I'm just a lowly gamer. Sometimes you just want a game. Play online with friends. But sometimes you run out of redstone.
But I've been playing a lot of that as far as games go. I've been playing a lot of that haste game. Also got back into like Enlisted. Oh yeah, and I guess last night I did play Overwatch 2 again, which is... Overwatch 2 sucks so much, so bad, but you know, 6v6 is so much better than 5v5, I'll be honest with you. Enlisted is fun because you can just kind of turn your brain off, but it's not a very balanced game, and it's very much like a pay-to-win situation. But that haste game is cool. It's just that it's difficult. You know what I mean? The difficulty curve jumps quite quick. Boo. Boo. Why am I getting booed? I am Pradeep, yeah. I think people know this already by now, but most adult shops are nothing like people used to expect. I mean, sure, I'm sure they started out like that. Men in long coats for... Whoops. I mean, sure, I'm sure they started out like that. Men in long coats buying dirty maggots... Dude, fucking hell. Who inspired me to narrate? Nobody really. Honestly, it was just like I wanted to do a YouTube channel. It seemed like it made sense. Do I pee in my astronaut suit? Yeah, it's just absolutely filled to the brim. If I were to open up like a gasket, it would probably drop like 10 gallons of piss. Yeah, I just inspired myself. I heard myself talk and I was like, damn. I mean, sure, I'm sure they started out like that. Men in long coats buying dirty magazines hidden inside brown paper bags and then sort of going in and out as they were committing a crime. Why the fuck can I not keep up with this, dude? Oh my god, this should be so simple. I mean, sure, I'm sure they started out like that. Men in long coats buying dirty magazines hidden inside... Who hates cornbread? What? I mean, sure. I'm sure they started out like that. Men in long coats buying dirty magazines hidden inside brown paper bags and then going in and out as if though they were committing a crime. As if though. God damn it. I keep saying that and people get so mad. My own narcissism, yeah. Narcissism. The most overused word in the fucking past 5 years. I mean, sure. I'm sure they started out like that. Men in long coats, buying dirty magazines hidden inside brown paper bags, and then scurrying in and out as if though... No, dude, why do I say that? It's not correct. I'm gonna go fucking insane. I'm a narcissistic gaslighter. I've been lighting my gas since day one because it smells so good. I mean, sure. I'm sure they started out like that. Men in long coats buying dirty magazines hidden inside brown paper bags and then scurrying in and out as if they were committing a crime. These days, they're actually very clean, tasteful premises filled with a host of diverse clientele. There's no peep show behind a plastic curtain. No sticky pink carpet underfoot, no faint sounds of moaning coming from somewhere in the back, no 80s weird videos playing on a grainy TV bolted to a ceiling corner. There were stores like that, though, and I worked in one. And I'll just call it Angel's Delight, which was actually the name of the rival business my bosses hated. It was in a single-story mall on the outskirts of bumfrick nowhere, and even being a store that... God... I'm gonna have to avoid like every fucking word, such as dildos and sex dolls and fucking Christ. A dildo store in a mall. They have like, I could imagine they could probably sell like marijuana pieces in a mall in like glass cases, but right next to it is like glass dildos at the same time. It wasn't a single-story mall on the outskirts of bumfrick nowhere, and even being a store that sold adult toys and dolls, we were still one of the classiest joints in that whole godforsaken building. I don't like to speak badly of others, but man, some of the motley crew that I got to know during my years in that place. There was the tattooist. There was the tattoo artist who I'm convinced could have made a stick figure look like complete crap. And there was the piercing store that basically guaranteed a ride on the sepsis train with every ear piercing. The liquor store where, rumor had it, the liquor was the least intoxicating thing they sold. Then there was the inexplicably high-fashion boutique run by an elderly, very conservative couple who were about as fire and brimstone as you could really get. And yet every Friday night, they'd come into Angel's Delight and buy some of the most specific adult films we stocked. Just doing our part to get this smut off the streets, the husband would say to me every single time, while the wife clucked her tongue disapprovingly. If it was really for that purpose, clucked her tongue?
Woo-wee. Adult films.
Just doing our part to get this smut off the streets, the husband would say to me every single time while the wife clicked her tongue disapprovingly. If it was really for that purpose, then tell me, why did they only rid the streets of adult films that featured a very specific whole, a very specific racial combination, and came from a very specific production company whose movies had a serialized plot? Maybe they watched it for the articles. Genuinely, I heard about the articles so many times that I lost count. And my dude, I work here. I don't care. I'm not judging you. Hell, if you didn't slither in to buy hardcore adult mags, my bosses wouldn't be able to pay my wages and I'd have to take out student loans just to get through college. And that's why I was working there. I'd attended college for 1 year, and the crushing anxiety of even a partial student loan for that 1 year had led me to put school on hold and spend a few years working to earn enough to pay the rest of my way through. Adult shop manager was far from the only job I could find, but comfortably the best paying prospect I had. You'd think that a position in a shop like that would be easy to fill, but when I first got the job, my bosses told me that I'd been only the second applicant. When I asked about the first, all they said was that some people were such big freaks that they could even scare away the hardcore. God damn it. I probably shouldn't have... Oh my god. I don't know. I genuinely don't even know what the fuck YouTube's policy is for saying words like fetish, hardcore, porn, dildo, sex shop like 50 times in a fucking row. But I feel like I should probably censor myself just to avoid it. You know what I mean? I honestly, at this point, like, I wish YouTube would just not give a fucking fuck about anything. Like, if they care so much about the money, which it seems like they do, they go out of their way to like fill people's videos with as many ads as crushingly possible, and yet they'll sit there and like arbitrarily like demonetize your video because you say something that's like so innocuous and pointless and silly, or like if there's ever even a remote mention of like self-harm, even in like a ambiguous sense. It's just, who cares at this point about naughty stuff being on your website? I mean, it doesn't have to go full adult or anything like that, but when it comes to like the more typical stuff that makes it on the television anyways, that gets talked about and flung around in typical vernacular that's not specifically like excluded onto adult websites, like who gives a shit? I don't understand what the point of like tiptoeing around on YouTube anymore is. Like, I kind of understood for a while because it was like there was like a political censorship movement going on. But like now that that's like over, like who gives a shit, man? You don't need to impress anybody anymore. See, on Twitch you can post sensitivity content warning. I mean, yeah, I guess, I don't know. I don't even think that's like really fucking necessary, honestly. Back to the story. When I asked about the first, all they said was that some people were such big freaks that they could even scare away the hardcore. I don't know, what is another word for fetish? Like, I don't know a fucking other word for fetish. Fetish? A foot fetish? Fetish synonym. Obsessed. Fixation, obsession, compulsion, mania, weakness, fancy. Oh, fantasies, I guess, maybe. The kinkers. The Kinkleys. Mr. and Mrs. Kinkerton. Can have an ad for Auto Blow and Blue Chew, no problem. Yeah, I don't know. There's no consistency to it. Honestly, they should free up a ton of shit on their terms of services, or at least do it over time. So like the people that they think, like they're under this interpretation that there's a group of people that are going to be upset. No one's going to be upset. The advertisers don't really give a fuck. The advertisers are like ducks at a pond. You know, you take a rock, you throw a big stone at a duck, all the ducks, like, you know, just floating in the fucking calm pond. The ripples create a disturbance when the rock lands. They fly up in the air, they go wah, 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 wah. Maybe they fly to a different part of the pond, but they eventually come back, you know what I mean, once the pond like settles down. And it's just, it seems a little bit overkill. We built a whole man-made pond just for these ducks. After a few years there, I genuinely I don't think kink would be better for that. Compulsion, weakness, fantasy. Okay. 2000. Go back to college, or if I should focus on a career. And wait, what am I doing? Oh. When I asked about the first, all they said was that some people were such big freaks that they could even scare away the hardcore fantasy crowd, and I didn't ask any further questions, just sort of snapped up the opportunity. And after a few years there, I was genuinely considering whether I wanted to go back to college or if I should focus on this career in this industry. Things are really going to pop off throughout the 2000s, my boss has said in 2002. Things were really looking positive for the brick and mortar shop. God damn it. It's just annoying. I have to like edit on the fly. Things were really looking positive for the brick and mortar adult shop field. And yeah, I'm glad I decided to go back to college the following year. And the event I'm going to tell you about played a big role in sending me running back to academia. It was an entirely unassuming fall Friday at the mall, a couple of hours from closing time, and we stayed open later than most stores due to the nature of our business, and other premises in the mall had already shut their doors for the night. Mr. and Mrs. Fashion Boutique had already been gone with their latest VH. Already been and gone. Oh, okay. Kitsune, what's up? Make college his career. That'd be fun. No, it wouldn't. I guess. I wonder at like what time. How old was Van Wilder when he was like professionally in college? Also, how did Van Wilder stay in college? Was he taking loans out to just be perpetually getting drunk all the time? You found your wife under the bridge? Perfect. What's her name? Dreditha. When I finally get around to submitting stories making me YouTube friendly. It's no worries. It's really no worries. I'm literally just born to complain. All I do is complain. and yell and squeak. But I'll make the changes. Mr. and Mrs. Fashion Boutique had already been and gone with their latest VHS acquisition. The day was winding down nicely, and like I said, most of our customers kind of snuck quietly into the store. Not this guy. The front door came flying open with such force that I discovered that it had permanently broken the chair of the little bell that hung above it, and that was the least of my worries, though. The guy came sort of stalking through the store. He was tall, really tall. Easily 6.5 feet tall, but he wasn't big. He wasn't muscular or broad, just very lanky. Not really imposing or anything, kind of gangly. And if he hadn't burst in like that and stormed toward the counter, I wouldn't have thought anything of him. Instead, I had to because he got all up in my face, slamming down a brown paper bag, and he jabbed toward me. I need to whack it now. Yeah, he comes in, slams his hand down. I need to jerk off right the fuck now. Oh, I'm so fucking horny. Do you see this boner? He's got a big old boner poking through. Flops it on the desk. You see this thing? Yeah, that was me. Me before the stream so I can lock in. If not, God, can you imagine how distracted I'd be? Instead, I had to because he got all up in my face, slamming down a brown paper bag, and he jabbed. So the brown paper bag, he jabbed. Okay, sorry. Instead, I had to because he got all up in me face. Instead, I had to, because he got all up in my face, slamming down a brown paper bag he jabbed toward me with his finger. This product is defective, and I'm going to return it for a refund. I rolled my eyes visibly and gestured to the huge no return sign on the wall over my shoulder. You can return this, he insisted. I knew better than to reach into any brown paper bag purchased from Angel's Delight. The bosses told me how some frat bros. Lost in the mood. Thank you for the gifter to Erame. Thank you, my friend. How are you, Lost in the mood? Fap bros, yeah. What's this? So the guy who plays Reacher, I don't really watch this show. It looks kind of cringe, but there was a show back in the day, Blue Mountain State. Have you guys seen Blue Mountain State with Thad? Because that's who plays Reacher, and man, Blue Mountain State's a pretty funny show. I don't know if it's still on Netflix or not, but you should definitely check it out. I knew better. Damn, I tried to do like a speech impediment for this character, but it's literally just creating one in me. Alan Richson, yes. What a beast, dude. He's freaking cool. I knew better than to reach into any brown paper bag purchased from Angel's Delight. The bosses told me how some frat bros would try to return used adult... I don't know, what's another word for dildo, dude? Used phallic... Used phallices. Mountain goats. The mountain goats. A used toy, yeah, sorry. I did that earlier. I forgot. Good idea. Adult item. I'd like to return this adult item. Please don't look in the bag, and like the bag clearly has like a silhouette of like a giant wiener. It was for my grandmother, but she passed away using it. I knew better than to... Motherfuck. I knew better than to reach into any brown paper bag purchased from Angel's Delight. The bosses told me how some frat bros would try to return their used adult toys as a prank, and to this day I don't know if this was a joke or an urban legend or what, and it's never happened to me, but I'd be damned if I was going to risk touching anything that had been in anyone else. What's the item? I asked. Can you remove it from the bag? The guy sighed theatrically and took the product out of the bag. I didn't recognize it immediately, but he flipped the box over and I saw. The guy sighed theatrically and took the product out of the bag. I didn't recognize it immediately, but he flipped the box over and then I saw. Why the fuck does that not look right? What did he see? What did he see? You'll have to find out next time on the next episode of Let's Read Can't Fucking Read. The way you go between chats and pro voice is so entertaining. I'm here. Oh, thank you, Holly. Appreciate you. What's in the bag? The guy sighed theatrically and took the product out of the bag. I didn't recognize it immediately, but he flipped the box over and I saw that it was an inflatable rubber mask. Kind of like a GIMP mask, but made of stretchy latex rubber. A hose ran from the mouth hole to a pump, and the mask could be inflated while being worn. I had no idea what this item had been purchased. I had no idea when. God damn. I had no idea when this item had been purchased. We'd had one in stock ever since I'd worked there, and at some point in the last few months it had been sold when someone else was on shift. I knew it had to be over a week ago because I noticed it was gone from the wall by then. What's wrong with it? I asked. The guy fumbled with the box. Not out of... Dude, I can't, enunciate my stupid fucking words together as a fucking sentence. Sorry. Alright, I just can't. Chandra, thank you, love you too. So many times, lost count. I know, dude. I'd be shocked to death by this point if we had those electrodes hooked up to my tassels. The guy fumbled with the box, not out of embarrassment. The guy fumbled with the box, not out of embarrassment, I don't think, but anger. He pulled the rubber mask out, the hose flapping against the counter, and he held it up. It's torn. Look, he said, and there was a tear at the neck, as if the material had sort of corroded. Hell, maybe that's exactly what had happened. I know rubber and latex expire after a while, and the mask could have been ancient, just sitting on the wall since the store opened in the 80s. Might be entirely not this guy's fault, and his GIMP mask had unfortunately been defective. No returns. Oh, I thought that was dialogue. My bad. The costume of the sleep paralysis demon. I think my favorite is the Jordan Peterson sleep paralysis demon. Hello! You're probably wondering, what I'm doing here. Well, you're a manifestation of postmodernism and the world in which we've been divided and strung along like little sheep. I don't even know what the fuck he's doing, but at some point him saying postmodernism makes me laugh, especially this dark silhouette in the door, talking about the bloody bastards that have destroyed society. It does sound too much like Kermit. Kermit the Frog here, not to be confused with a certain psychologist. Bill Gates. Yeah, you're gonna want to need fucking Bill. What the fuck even is Bill Gates? Like, why does he? Did you guys ever find that weird? I mean, obviously, but it's just so strange. Such a strange concept when we would see him all the time, just pop up, hey guys, it's me, Bill Gates. Nobody fucking knows who I am or why I'm on screen. I made your computer, therefore I should tell you what to do with your bodies, and I'd like to kill most of Africa. That'd be cool. Joel Dan Peterson. Yeah, Jordan Peterson did Kermit's voice. I was in love. That'd be actually hilarious because he's kind of a skinny man. If he was like married to someone that looked like Miss Piggy. I'm not actually saying that about his wife, but it'd just be kind of funny. Oh my God, him and his wife should dress up like Miss Piggy and Kermit for Halloween. That would be funny. He hung out outside Bill Gates' gate. He lives like an hour and a half away. He just hung out up there, like waiting with your car running. Any day now. You just have a pie in hand. You're like, I'm gonna get him. You're wearing a clown suit. Russell Brand is scary as fucking always has been, way before allegations. He's a bit of a intense personality. I saw that he was or like at least has arrests out or something in the UK related to sexual allegations or something, so I'm curious how that's gonna pan out for him. Menacingly. No returns absolutely meant no returns, though, even in a case like this, and the only way my bosses would have allowed me to refund a customer would have been out of my own pocket. And if you agree to no returns ever, then that means no returns ever. Why should I have to give this guy $20 plus sales tax out of my own hard-earned money? That's a shame, I said. I guess you should have been more careful when you were putting it on. And I know I was being a jerk, but I didn't like this guy getting all up in my face. And oh boy, did I pay for it. I barely had time to react when tall man reached over the counter, grabbed me by the back of the head, and slammed my cheek against the desk. I could feel the pump of the goddamn gimp mask pressing into my temple. Tall man leaned down to my ear, and he didn't whisper when he spoke, and I'm afraid that I'll have to paraphrase here. The years haven't been kind to my memory, so I don't have a perfect recollection of exactly what he said, but I think you'll get the gist. Listen, you smut, peddling, smug, Sonny Jim? Sonny Jim. You smut, peddling, smug, Sonny Jim. What the fuck is that? What is a Sonny Jim? With the gimp suit with like the hose, is that specifically just designed so you can like smell your own farts like more directly? Where the hose kind of comes forward where you look like one of the space jockeys from the Alien movie, and it's specifically like going down, up and around to your asshole, connecting to a leather connection. I don't know. I mean, I assume if you're wearing like a sort of borderline World War I mustard gas mask, what other reason would you want to have it other than like just like sniffing your own shit? You don't think it's a full suit? Yeah, maybe that's why it was worn out. Maybe it's actually like a relic from WW1. I think that might be super offensive to people who sniff their own farts. Nothing wrong with that, I suppose. Oh, the Sonny Jim is a super offensive thing? What the hell is it? What the hell? It's offensive to Jim Halpert from The Office. The Sonny Jim. Sonny Son Jim? Jim Sonny? Champ, buddy, pal, chief. Okay. Yeah, it's just kind of like that. Watch it, buddy. All right, champ, calm down. Why I oughta. We'll just say buddy. Buddy, old boy. Joel, I'm sending money to someone for love. For love? Well, be safe with that love. Calm down, Buster. Buster Brown. Listen here, you putz-meddling smug. Oh, man. I wish I could edit within the fucking thing. Should you stop? I mean, yeah, as long as it's not a Nigerian prince or something like that. Those are the only ones you can trust, honestly. Those are the scammers with class. They do it right. Claire Connolly with Welcome Back for 32 months says, my mom had a British accent and would pronounce pawn as pawn. And she used to tell her students how I always shop there. She shops at the pawn shop. Shops where? Where did she shop? That's funny. Thank you for 32 months, though. Do that noise again. Which noise? My dad pronounces beach as bitch. I do remember a student in school years ago. He's like, we're going to the beach, bitch. We're going to the fucking beach. Okay, listen, you putt smeddling. I have the dyslexia. I've got it. The islexida. Listen, you smut peddling. Smug. Dingus. We'll say dingus. Listen, you smut. I don't know why. It's like a tongue twister. Try saying, Omar, thank you for the 19 months. Listen, bruh. Listen here, bruh. Dude, try saying smut peddling. I don't know why. That's a tongue twister. And it's only 2 words. And I have to do it in like a lisp. Listen here. Listen here, you smut peddling, smug dipshit. I don't even know. I don't know what the replacement is. Buddy doesn't work. Fuck. God. I'm so mad about literally nothing. Smut peddling, smug. I don't even know. No. Dipstick. Yeah, dipstick's actually good. Listen here, you smut peddling, smug dipstick. I know it says no returns, but you sold me a defective item. Would you expect to pay someone else's mistakes? No. Then why should I be expected to pay for yours? He pressed down harder on my head, and I swear to God, I thought my skull was going to pop right then and there. The guy was way stronger than he looked. Nuh-uh, I remember, blabbering out of my mouth, mushed into the desk. Oh, Neanderthal would have been good. I remember blabbering through my mouth, mushed into the desk. No, sir. So I want to return this item for a refund, he said, and he held me there for a second, and I wondered what the holdup was. Then I felt the cold metal press against my head. I want a refund, he said. Then the metallic touch left me, and after a few seconds he let go. When I straightened up and could see properly, I didn't see a gun on him. Like most people in October, he was wearing a long coat, and to this day, I can't say for sure that this angry adult shop customer held a goddamn gun to my head over a $20. Wait, why does that not flow right? I don't understand. Like most people in October, he was wearing a long coat, period. To this day, I can't say for sure that this angry sex shop customer held a goddamn gun to my head over it. Not for sure. Oh, like he had one? I don't know. Judith, thank you for 57 months. Holy shit. Countdown has started. Only 3 more months until my Buttersock badge. Thanks as always, Joel. You truly are the best cult leader ever. Thank you, Judith. It's kind of crazy that they can't do anything beyond 57 months. But that's a long time. How long is that again? 5 years? 5 years of membership. That's insane. How many members do we have? Do you guys want to check? We should do a check-see. Almost 5 years. That's crazy. We're going to go into here and we're going to take a look-see. Analytics. Okay. So, I don't even know where to look. Community. Analytics. Revenue, maybe. Memberships. Total members. Wow, that's crazy. 1,329. That means there's 1,254 reoccurring and 75 are gifted. That's insane, dudes. That's a lot of people. I did not expect that many members, honestly. Huh. That's a lot. Thanks. Yeah. That many members, but it's 500 watchers. Peebles, welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, thank you. Stop talking down about yourself. What did I say? I said that I'm just a small little mouse man jumping on the keyboard. Okay. Here we go. We're back at it. When I straightened up and could see properly, I didn't see a gun on him. And like most people in October, he was wearing a long coat, and to this day, I can't say for sure that this angry adult shop customer had held a goddamn gun to my head over a $20 inflatable GIMP mask. I'm not sure. But what I can say for sure is that he got his money back. Hell, I gave him $30 because I was shaking too much to count out the right amount. And then it was like his whole demeanor changed. He brightened, smiled, thanked me, and then left the store. And he even took that mask in the bag with him. And so I couldn't even prove to my bosses that any of it had really happened. Not that I would have called the cops anyways. Not in that mall. Not when I was working at that store. It wasn't the really kind of place where you even bothered with the cops. I did tell the bosses about it though, expecting them to probably doubt me. But when I described the guy, they seemed to know exactly who I was talking about. "Oh yeah, him," the one boss said. "He can get like that sometimes," the other boss added. "Next time, just process the return." Now that night I decided that I'd saved up more than enough money to go back to college. And so the next day I handed in my notice, worked out my next 60 days, and then left that mall adult shop industry and never looked back. I feel like that would be a good story to start with, honestly. That was like clean, interesting, unique, but, straight to the point, straight to the spookiness of it. Joel, are you matching memberships again like a 401k? I could, yeah. What do we got tonight? We done 5 tonight. I should also do that for y'all. Boom, shakalaka. There you go. All for you. This is for you. Welcome, Gina Navarro, Tara Bull, Kiana Riley, Angela Kelly, Cindy Cleveland. Welcome, welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. Okay, we're cruising, we're schmoozing. Boom shakalaka. You're tired? What do you do when you're tired? I was always kind of curious, like before they invented like modern society and we just lived in like villages and huts, when we got tired we probably just went to sleep, right? And we really didn't care if I don't know. We really didn't care if we ever fucking did anything ever. Like, you could wake up at like 2 in the morning and just be like, yeah, guess this is where I start the day or whatever. Or continue my consciousness. Oh, you want to have sex? Sweet, yeah, let's just make a fucking kid or whatever. Oh, there's one here? Alright, well, yeah. Just keep it out of trouble. Keep it away from the jaguars. I feel like that doesn't sound like a terrible life, honestly. You're not really thinking of anything. You're not thinking about retirement. Like, what a terrible, terrible fucking concept. Retirement. Social Security. All that shit. Like, it's great, you know, or whatever, I guess. But at the same time, like, conceptually, it's just like, if I was Kratos, it makes sense to, like, throw yourself off Mount Olympus at that point, thinking about a fucking, like, pulling out money from a 401k, paying tax on it as you pull out, and still pretty much only having enough to, like, just go eat a shitty breakfast somewhere with flapjacks. They don't even call it pancakes there. They call it flapjacks, and it's dry. Ugh. And at that point, you're already starting to, like, wonder why you smell more and more consistently like shit. And you realize that you're starting to lose continence of your asshole. It's starting to quiver a little bit and just, like, release a little bit of fecal matter. Not great. Not great. I would have rather have died to invaders when I was 34. I was, like, pissed that they were going to steal my girlfriend, and they decided to, like, hack my head off with a rusty sword that they made back home. And that's fine. That was life back then. That was tradition. And I think we need to get back to that. Fix this grammar. Now we're at ChatGPT. That's where we're at in society. Chicken Jackie. Lived or died by the strength of your immune system, brains, and guts. Hell yeah, dude. That sounds awesome. Not overcomplicating it, not thinking about it, not checking what your screen time was for the fucking week, and caring about the most meaningless, pointless concepts. It was just living, you know? And maybe there was unsaid anxieties about survival that kind of may or may not have contributed to the shorter lifespan of most people, or perhaps your very stringent, strange, and abstract tribes' cultural practices, you know, forced you to have like an elongated neck or something, so now you kind of like, your head kind of bounces around like a slinky, and that kind of sucks. But it still sounds kind of worth it. What's up, Lottie Lou? Undiagnosed mental illness had people thinking they're possessed. Yeah, and who knows, maybe they were. Maybe they still are. We just have a different word for it now. You're crazy. You're actually crazy, sorry. It's not a demon. You're nuts. You're nuts. Here's some Skittles. Feel better. I live in a country where certain bad things are even more taboo than they are in the West. We do not like to speak about them, and one such time was in this tale told to me by my mother. In my municipality, there was a local shopping center that had recently been torn down, and I remember that when I was small, I used to visit this mall, and it was filled with smiling, laughing faces, people buying things, having a good time. I remember there was a food court on the bottom floor with all sorts of sights and smells that captivated my young mind, cookies baking in a kiosk that smelled delicious, and cuisine from all over the world. I loved going to that mall, running about and looking at all the stores, and I recall And I remember I loved going to that mall, running about and looking at all the stores. And I recall this huge spread of goods and services, from colorful children's toys to beautiful clothes we dreamed of wearing someday. And to me, as a child, this mall seemed like a magical wonderland, and trips there with my mother, father, and siblings, or with friends and their parents, were always very special and happy times. Now, when I was about 6, we were told that the shopping center would be closing down, and I remember crying. I knew my father worked there, and I believed that the mall closing would mean that he would lose his job. But no, he did not work for the mall itself. He was the manager of a chain store inside, and he had recently been promoted anyway. And I soon forgot about my sadness in that mall and moved on to the other things as I grew up. It was only years later, in returning home to visit my parents and seeing news of the centers. Hey, Heather, what's up, dude? Where you been? Miss when the mall was in its prime. Me too. I remember like some malls that I went to had like movie theaters in them, and that was like freaking sweet. Freaking sweet, Lois. And I don't know, there was just like so much shit. Like imagine you got a mall, it's got a movie theater in it, and next to that movie theater is an arcade. And next to the arcade is a fucking McDonald's. And next to the McDonald's is a big fucking like glory hole shop where you can just stick your wiener wherever. Like it was great. There was I don't know, there was hope back then, you know what I mean? You could just do whatever. You know what I was thinking more recently? There's been like these ongoing sort of chaotic events that occur. 2008 financial crisis, whatever. Big transfer of wealth from the middle class to the upper class, right? Inflation, all that kind of stuff. Basically, when they make your dollars more worthless, they get, essentially centralize more control to the wealthy. Same with COVID. COVID was like all about like inflating the shit out of the dollar and making your purchasing power less and less capable. And now people who like pretty consistently would get houses in the middle class can't, barely afford that kind of stuff. And I was thinking like, what if instead of like being mad at the ultra wealthy, what if we just asked them to like be nice to us? Do you ever think about that? Like we just like did hashtag be nice to us and just like ask the bankers to please stop fucking us in the ass. You know what I mean? Just please stop. Just please stop. Like I get it. There's like a master plan. We got to make the middle class suck and you rich. But just be nice. Come on. Give us like 20 more years. 25. Give us 25 more years of like affordable arcades. But not the ones where I get stabbed in, like fucking Akira or an anime or some shit. I mean, like, I want like a brief economic, just positive outcome where everybody gets like a decent sized, 2 to 3 bedroom, 1.5 bath ranch house. Maybe has a basement, maybe doesn't. Maybe has like an attic or a shed that grandma can stay in or whatever. And just like a period of time in which we bring that back. The McDonald's in the mall next to a movie fucking theater. I think it's possible. I think if the people in like finance who decide interest rates and arbitrary financial chaos just like also came up with like arbitrary financial stability for a period of, I think that's possible. Just make stuff up. It's all made up anyway, so just make something up, make us happy for a little bit, comet comes, whatever, then that's the end. But I think we make it fun, there's really, because think about it, you can only get so wealthy. Like if you get to the end and you own everything, is it even going to be that satisfying? Probably is. It's probably great. It's probably awesome knowing that like every piece of infrastructure is just yours, and you're like, ha, that's mine, and that's mine, and that's my boat, and that's my fucking entire town. The guillotine. I don't know, but that's the thing. Maybe if we convince them that we like them, that we're friendly, we're a good guy. We're not going to put your head in any sort of thing. We promise. In fact, we'll comb your hair, and we're not going to throw any pies at Bill Gates. We'll be good. Just give us fucking literally the 90s again, please. Please create the socio-economic situation specifically to generate a new resurgence of Pokemon again. Please bring back Digimon and the XFL and consistent monster truck shows. You know what? Maybe I'm not actually talking about a good time. Maybe I'm just one of those stupid fucking dumbass millennials that don't shut the fuck up about, like, their childhood. That's probably what I am. God, why do I do that? Maybe I just need to move on and be boring and invest in fucking... Are you investing? Dude, talk about the most boring existence of all time. Taking your money and putting it in something and being like, in 30 years, this will be worth 5% more. Can you imagine what you're going to do with 5% more money? Even though inflation's going to go up by fucking 80% by that point? I don't know. Invest in gold. Yeah, where the fuck are we doing? Nobody even has any, like, mine picks. Where are you supposed to get gold at, dude? We're not Jack Black chicken jockey situation here. And gold's boring too. It's corruptive. Nobody ever asks about the magical outcomes. If you had a bunch of gold in a safe right now, your whole house would be potentially a little bit cursed. And who knows what other, like, fantasy creatures would show up to try and take your gold. Mo money, mo problems, guys. If you invest in gold, you need to pay for storage. You can't just store it on your own. Where do you even get gold? Where does one even yeah, think about the leprechauns that could show up. You could just rob a leprechaun. You think it'd make the house heavier? That's a good point too. What if you had so much gold that, like, if you lived on a sinkhole, you just go down into it? And who knows what's in that fucking sinkhole? That's true. You could just check inside your nose. Dig for gold. It's delicious too. Delicious and nutritious snack. Coin shops. I should go to more bartering shacks, honestly. I feel like the more bulletproof glass that a shop has, the better stuff they've got. I soon forgot about my sadness in that mall and moved on to other things as I grew up. It was only years later, returning home to visit my parents and seeing news of that center's final fate, the demolition of the long-abandoned building, that I learned that the true... Dude, I don't know why that confuses me so much. You can't eat gold. Why? What is the real reason? Like, what's the lore-accurate reason why leprechauns love gold so damn much? Have I watched The Outer Banks? I have not. What's that about? Who all seen the leprechaun say, yeah, yeah? I soon forgot about my sadness, the mall, and moved on to other things as I grew up. It was only years later, returning home to visit my parents and seeing the news of the center's final fate, the demolition of the long-abandoned building, that I learned the true story of the mall's closure. It happened in the summer, shortly after the mall had closed to the public for the night. This shopping center was small, but very tall. There were perhaps 6 stores. There were perhaps 6 stores on each floor, with the food court taking up almost all of the bottom level. The next floor held toys and electronics and fun things, and above that was clothing and home goods, and finally on the top floor, some office space and a single stationery store I remember finding sort of exciting. The center of the shopping mall was open to the skies with a large sculpture roughly in the middle, and on a bright day, the sun would catch the sculpture just right, casting a sort of rainbow effect. And because of the dizzying height and the open design of the central column, each floor had strong reinforced glass to prevent anyone from falling to their doom. And I remember looking through the glass on the top floor, not even tall enough to look fully over the side, sort of craning my neck to try and see all the way down to the bottom. Of course I couldn't, but I remember that the balcony's walls were higher than my head, so they must have come up to about chest height for an average adult man. The store my father managed was a sort of menswear shop on the 3rd tier. That summer, the company he worked for had recently collaborated with a notable fashion designer, and a product release party was held in his store. It was just a small affair with a handful of fashion journalists and photographers and a select group of customers invited for early access to the products. And that's why there were maybe 15 people in my father's store that evening after closing time. My father cannot explain why she stepped out of the... She? Wait, who was it? There was maybe 15 people in my father's store that evening after closing time. My mother. Whoopsies. Whoopsies! Elon Musk likes big rockets. Man. Here's a sad reality. When rich people fight wars with one another, poor people are the ones to die. Why do they always send the poor? Why do they always send the poor? It actually is kind of strange. Like, do you think the narratives in which you tell people to go die in wars, do you think they're still as effective as they once were? I feel like it's kind of dying down. Like, most likely here in the next, I don't know, probably Trump's term or something, there will be some sort of strange, abstract push to get people to go want to die in a war against Iran or some shit, you know what I mean? Or like, you know, to drum up the divisive nature of what, you know, we're supporting Israel, so therefore Israel was attacked and therefore we gotta go to war with Iran, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, or some sort of escalation of tension, whether it's like an American ship or something out there in the surrounding seas getting hit by a rocket. Its origin, most likely blamed on Iran or whatever, but its actual origin, who knows? But at the same time, I just don't think that the patriotism, is there for people to really give a shit about. And nobody gives a shit about Israel anymore. Like, nobody like wakes up and they're like, I can't wait to go die for a place in the Middle East that's the size of fucking New Jersey. Yippee-dee, yippee-day. Oh, I totally hold them in high regard and everything and need to go die. Like, I just don't think that works anymore, you know? So I'm kind of curious how it's going to happen, because it definitely seems like Iran is like next on the chopping block or whatever, as far as the typical like endless fucking wars we have in the Middle East or whatever. I just don't know exactly what that narrative is going to be to like convince us, like, we gotta go. Guys, we gotta go send our children to get exploded. Who's excited? It was God's choice, I guess, or something. Do I like pineapple on pizza? I've had it, I like it. Yemen. Oh, is it gonna pop off through Yemen? To end polytheistic practices, unify nations, and gain power. Yeah. What bottle we bought it? It's just a kombucha. I don't know if you've ever seen the kombucha. It's called Synergy. But they come in like glass bottles, and I kind of like keep the glass bottles because they're nice, because you can put water in it. Sorry. I don't mean to bitch, but I genuinely think, like, I just really hope more people just stop saying no to these, like, I mean, I guess what can you really say no to? Like, once a nation or government has sort of like crafted the endless and pervasive narratives that like pound your head in and day out, and it's like, oh, chaos has struck, scary, guys, scary, finances, war, finance, war. It's like, what, I guess you kind of just have to go along with it. Especially, but I don't know, there's nobody that like makes me more sick than the people that kind of just absorb what the media says, and they're just like, yeah, of course, whatever you say, God. What kind are you sipping on? Well, I had the trilogy kombucha. That's kind of been a replacement for, that's been like the replacement for diet soda lately, as I think it's probably better for my gut, but it's just water right now. Veggies on their pizza. Honestly, I don't really care. My favorite kind of pizza, though, is anything that's like stuffed crust. There's like this like Chicago style where it's like bread and then just like a ton of shit stuffed into it with like cheese and all your toppings and stuff inside, and then the bread again, and then the sauce on top, and it's just like basically the whole pizza is just one big stuffed crust like a lasagna. It's awesome. Some people really like thin crust. I certainly don't mind it, for the most part, but it's not my preferred sort of experience with pizza. I look at that as like more of like some type of appetizer, I suppose. Your favorite horror movie? Mine is Hereditary, but also watched Nosferatu the other night. It was so yeah, Nosferatu was so good. I think Nosferatu was good just because it took itself seriously and it tried very hard, and it made a good movie. It felt like, honestly, like one of those like old school movies that just takes the craft of filmmaking very seriously, and I enjoyed that. I for some reason feel like you don't get that too much. It doesn't mean that people are necessarily terrible at making movies now, but they're just, I don't know, it doesn't feel as much of an art form as it used to. Do you watch Smiling Friends on Adult Swim? Yeah, I love that show. I watched both seasons. It was great. SCOBY is the organism used to make kombucha. Is it good for you? I sound different. Am I sick? I actually am pretty cleared up right now. I mean, I was a little bit sniffly, I think, from just like all of the fabric surrounding me or whatever. Maybe it's like micro dripping down into my nares. Did you watch the new Wolfman movie? I didn't know. Who was the one guy? Antonio Banderas. Was he in the old Wolfman movie? I saw that one, and that was pretty... YouTube will soon block you from saying stuffed crust. Yeah, I'll be screwed, dude. Oh, chemicals in the fabric. Maybe, yeah. Love from India. Thank you. Stay safe. Benicio del Toro, that's right, yeah. It was weird when they advertised that movie back in the day, the Wolfman one. I was like pretty stoked, and then it just, I don't know, story-wise, it just did not feel that great for some reason. No, it was Anthony Hopkins. Wait, was it him and Del Toro or something? You forget Joel is ancient. I am a mixture of the old and new, I suppose. Some sort of transitionary creature. I love Anthony Hopkins, though, man. He is such a... I don't know. Just such an astounding career as an actor. Well... No, yeah, for sure. I kind of wish he was in more. Like, almost as much as Willem Dafoe. Has him and Willem Dafoe ever been in the movie together? The Right was great. Okay, I wasn't sure how The Right was. It seemed cool initially, but... Cam Jar, welcome back for 40 months. Thank you. Do you play Counter-Strike? I've tried Counter-Strike quite a few times. It's just not really my pacing for a game, you know what I mean? After playing certain stuff for so long, it's just doing doing it where you just like run it down mid and throw a nade or throw a smoke and then get taken out by like one single. The one thing I hate about Counter-Strike is just the spray patterns. You have to like memorize spray patterns rather than just being good at aiming, and that to me is a little bit frustrating. I watched Silence of the Lambs in elementary school and loved it. Most movies afterwards left me wanting more. Yes, Silence of the Lambs is definitely one of my favorites of all time for sure, just because it, you know, it was genuine psychological, I guess, suspense or horror. You could call it horror to a degree, but it just had so many interesting characters and so many twists and turns, and like I love characters like you know, Anthony Hopkins played like the genius that kind of knows what's occurring in the background. That's why I really like Ghost in the Shell, because there's the jigsaw or like the puzzle maker or whatever his name is like the AI that's just like a genius and like 20 steps ahead. I think that's just a cool character. Sherry Ann Powers, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. You'd like Maniac, but I think they took it off Netflix. Little 1-season deal, like a cinematic novel. Okay, cool. There was a show, or a movie, I don't even know why I watched it, but it was called Creep 1 and Creep 2. And it was all just sort of like not found footage, but sort of taken from someone's camcorder. My friend was watching it while I was like playing video games on my computer, and it was kind of terrible, but it was also kind of interesting. My mother cannot explain why she stepped out of that store at that moment. She recalls needing some air, but she's never been the type to need some air. She says that she's been outside no more than a minute when the body fell from the sky. He was not close to her, but rather directly opposite across the central opening of the mall. A man fell seemingly from nowhere. He was wearing a brown business suit, and as he fell, his jacket flapped like wings and his tie cracked almost like a whip. About 3/4 of the way down, one of his shoes came off and veered off course, perhaps from the flailing of his legs. His face showed first. Shock. Maniac is a psychological suspense comedy story about a pharmaceutical company attempting to manufacture a drug that replaces all therapy. Oh, okay, nice. That sounds pretty cool. Hey, L, what's up? Pluto Nash 3D. That's awesome. Pluto Nash. What do you think about Baldur's Gate? Baldur's Gate's great. It's a great game. It's just one of those ones where it's like you peek underneath like a shoe in the game, and all of a sudden there's just like a 3-hour side quest that opens up, and you're like, what the fuck? Unfortunately, I'm just like not much into like the turn-based stuff, but if you really like D&D in general, but like want it to be almost like more immersed in the experience rather than just your imagination and like people's ad-libbing, I think it's totally worth getting in there with some friends or something, or family or whatever. Hello from Australia. Love your content. Thank you. Teeth, good to see you. Where in Australia? What's up, No Frowns? How you doing? Broski. His face showed first shock and then terror, and then he vanished from my mother's view. He didn't scream, and my mother made a point of this to say that the man didn't yell, cry out, or scream. He just uttered no sound at all. Then he hit the ground, a hard, solid floor from this great height, and my mother won't say more about what followed, but I knew... Man. The movie that scared me the most was Insidious, The Red Door, especially the jump scares. I watched in the theaters and I was yelling and cursing all through the movie. It was awesome. That's fun. Yeah, I've seen much of Insidious, but the original. I didn't know if I've seen the second one. But I do enjoy that they just like keep putting them out, but they actually take them pretty seriously, because some of those movies that eventually gets to like the 6th sequel, you know, it starts to become kind of like Wishmaster, where it's almost, or Hellraiser, you know, where they're good, but they kind of like start to get a little ridiculous because they become this like straight to DVD sci-fi channel sort of embodiment, and it's nice that they at least try to keep it interesting over time. Is it cold there in Pennsylvania? It is cold. It's supposed to warm up this week into like the 60s pretty consistently, so I'm stoked about that. I'm stoked. I'm storked. It actually is kind of depressing to think just like how much of my life has been spent like indoors because it's uncomfortably cold outside. And I really do wonder, like, I wonder if I would have just like a happier life if I existed in Florida or existed in the Carolinas or something like that. You know what I mean? Just somewhere where it's more consistently warm, more consistently just nice out. Presumably, right? It would be better. You hate second winter. I know. Dude, April's the worst for it in the sense that it's just like feels like it lingers so long, like just go away. I did go hiking today, which was nice, and it felt good, but it was mainly just because it was really nice out. I do like to hike in the snow once in a while, but it's just, you know, that sort of underlying sensation of being out in the cold is sort of, you get that survival instinct inside of yourself where it's like, well, can't do this too much or I will die. You'd kill to trade places with me? Really? Is yours like too hot? Central Coast California is great. That sounds nice. Like San Diego, right? Oh, yeah. Which part of Florida? Did you get hit with any hurricanes or anything? Hello from North Carolina. No, we were just talking about North Carolina. Then he hit the ground, a hard, solid floor from a great height. My mother won't say more about what followed, but I do know that when a body falls from that height, it is no longer a body when it hits the ground. And I know that what remains spreads out so far and wide that it's easier to close down a mall forever than try to clean it all away. And that is not the only reason that the mall closed forever that night. The man who fell was the proprietor of the mall itself. Apparently, the mall had been suffering from severe financial difficulties, and the management company was on the verge of bankruptcy. What this would have meant for the mall or for the stores operating within it, I'm not sure. And it was deemed a terrible accident that the mall's proprietor fell from the top floor. Top floor. That's so sad. See, that's what I'm saying too, like modern culture and this need for all of your like risks, you know, the risk taking that you take financially to succeed, and then you don't succeed financially, so you're like, let me fucking jump off a big old ledge. I mean, at least Kratos was doing it because I actually don't remember what his storyline was, but he was doing it for something pretty cool, and then they wouldn't let him die. But I mean, imagine like going out because of a mall. That would be so sad. That's almost more sad and more tragic than like the Greek stories. Milton got us in Tampa. My area is in the flood zone, so thankfully we're okay. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I have some friends actually out in the Tampa area, and they got smushed by hurricanes, and it just sounds so bad. Oh, Kratos killed his whole family. Okay, well, what the hell, Kratos? It was deemed a terrible accident that the mall's proprietor fell from the top floor over a chest-high balcony railing on a night when the mall should have been closed but wasn't. Perhaps he forgot that and was leaning over to adjust or clean something when he slipped. Perhaps contrary to what authorities believed, he was not alone that night. Or perhaps something else happened, deliberate and personal. But out of respect for the deceased's family, in a place like the one I grew up in, when a tragedy like this occurs, you learn what is and isn't okay to speculate about. All that's left behind is an abandoned building, now reduced to rubble, and the memory of the man who fell from the sky. I'm making you hungry? What, talking about killing family? He thought he was killing someone else's family. Yeah, was he like possessed by the god of war at that time or something that he... Well, how did he not recognize his own family? Also, it's really weird to think of Kratos having a family, because even though it's obviously very important to his development as a character, I guess, it's also something that I like completely forget about later. They tricked him so he saw it as being soldiers. Okay, who tricked him? It was Loki.
The god of mischief. The goblin god of mischief. I will trick Kratos to smush his daughter's head in.
Fix this grammar. Keep the story the same. Move to fluoride. Tampa Bay fluoride. You think I love it for riffro, not for play. It's just tough because it's like, dude, when you grow up someplace, right? You got family, you've got friends, you got work associates, you've got, you know, this huge network of just individuals, and like working from home doing YouTube is pretty socially isolating, just baseline, and like in the sense that you're not having like as consistent expectation of like interacting with people IRL as you probably should as a human, and which I am, I promise. And like I just think if I were to just move somewhere just because of the weather, I don't necessarily think that I would be happier, because I would have to make entirely new routines and friendships, and it wouldn't, you know, it's possible, but it would be really hard, I think, whenever I've done it here my entire life. And it's like, you know, I essentially have built this foundation created out of sedimentary rock, and now all of a sudden I would have to move somewhere and it would just be like a bunch of loose sand, you know, that I'd be standing on, but it's also really hot and yucky, and there's bugs and crocodiles. 10 scary stories vid Sarah. Oh yeah, nice, dude. Oh Lord, Shadow Milk Cookie took over the channel. Nice, you got pranked, it seems. Working from home is completely socially isolating, period. Yeah, it's not, it's weird. It's like a double-edged sword, where it's like a double-edged dildo where you're, you know, it's just, I don't know. You feel good because you have the convenience of being home, but then you don't realize that you actually really enjoy chit-chatting with folks from time to time, even if it's like just enough, you know. Moving is the tip of the iceberg once the move is underway, to be honest. Oh, sorry, what do you mean when you say tip of the iceberg? Florida is too damn hot. Only good thing about Florida is the fact that my brother lives there and works at Disney, so I get unlimited access for free. That's cool. Yeah, Disney access is, it's like $300, isn't it, for like a singular ticket? Which is, I don't know, dude. I get it. Disney, or the Disney parks is where they make most of their money or whatever, but, and I get it. It's for like 3-year-old girls to be like princesses, but I honestly think that they should really start to gear shit towards 35-year-old men like myself. Well, 34 still, but I don't know. I just think they should be taking older people into consideration from time to time if they're going to be charging, because I'm guarantee you a 3-year-old is not spending $300. I mean, maybe, I'm sure she could figure out how to make that, but she'd have to learn tap dancing real fucking quick. I hated the palmetto bugs. You could go out anywhere where there was food without hearing them in the trash. Yeah. Oh, Arizona summer hitting 115 every day. That does sound terrible. Leaving friend, fam, job, familiar neighborhoods. Exactly. It's just, if you really had something there when you got there, like a loved one, or like, and then the loved one's network of friends, and then a new job, you know, and maybe like you join like a gym or a church or like a just, you know, different social things that you could very quickly get into the routines of building up, even that would be very hard. But if you were like independent and just like had to hope for the best, that sounds miserable. I would almost like long for a cold winter. Used to play pool in leagues. That's cool. Well, that's separate from work, isn't it? Unless that's like your job. Okay, guys. Last story, by the way. BT dubs. Oh, it was free. Interesting. Best day for signing up for a cult. I guess probably Utah. The whole place is run by one. Alright. I am going to go grab my magnesium. I will BRB, guys. Talk amongst yourselves. See you in a brief sec. Sorry. I'm back.
Back and black. Hit a sack.
Good news. Yeah, Pradeep is still there. He's on the couch. It's funny. He looks at me with these tired eyes, huh? What's going on? I generally can't understand how cats just sleep all day, every day. And he's, he only attacks me once in a while, but... Oh, wait. He's heard his name. I hear him sneezing coming over. But, I got good news. Prior to our last departure, not this one that I went up and came back or whatever, but I think on the first time I went up to get water or something, I put a bowl out, not a bowl, but a plate, filled that with water to a degree, and then had a little translucent glass bowl, and then put Pradeep's wet food in that, like someone suggested in the chat. And then now I just checked it, because he ate from it, but now I just checked it to see what's going on, and maybe the ants were getting to it, the little ants. And it's so funny, there's a few of them in the water, and they're drowning in there, and I'm like, holy shit, dude. We built a moat. A whole ass ant moat. Cat's like, man, don't you ever sleep. Yeah. So that works, to protect the food, I guess, from insect critters. Blub blub, it's the ant. You heard your name. What's your name? I feel like you said that earlier. Is your name Pradeep? Use diatomaceous earth around the bowl. It'll kill them. It's pet safe. Diatomaceous earth. Can you tag me in something so I remember that? Because I'm not going to remember that. Why does everyone want to go to London? It's a shithole. I don't know. I feel like that's the quintessential place that you would go to in the UK is London, but it doesn't sound like the UK is really that fun anymore or pleasant. Maybe it is. Maybe there's some... I don't fucking know. London sucked worse than NYC. The food was not good. Well, yeah, see, that's the one good thing about NYC is that you get good food, but you are surrounded by, psychotic people all day long who don't have time for your shite, but also would like to eat your soul, essentially. My area is actually really nice as much as I dunk on the UK. Oh, that's good, yeah. Do you go to London much? London town. I lived in France for a year and traveled to London for a week. I couldn't wait to get back to France. Interesting. I kept looking at the Wendigo on the screen. This chat is popping. Can't type. No worries. Edinburgh is worth it. Go there. Don't go to London. That sucks. I just feel like London should be cool. You know what I mean? Why does it suck? Never mind the bollocks, here's the Sex Pistols. London. I didn't think your voice would actually be this deep. I figured it was a voice filter. Yes, it is I, the spooky man, reading the story. Ooh. I used to go pretty regularly for work. Yeah, I live about 3 hours away from LA. Yeah, and how was it? Are their teeth really that bad? Those are the real questions. Is it difficult to floss? How old am I? I'm 34, no kids, just a cat. Pretty well on a trajectory for astronaut, I guess. Any other jobs on the side or just YouTube? I mean, I run a gym, but more indirectly, I suppose, as of right now, and just some other investments, and then some other creative projects that I'm going to be involved in here more so soon. Miso soup. What's my gym offer? It's just really anything you want. You just go in there and do fucking hula hoop. I don't give a shit. Just pay money. Just kidding. But basically we have classes where you come in, you have to be 45 years old and a single mom, and you get on a little trampoline and you just bounce up and down. You can't get any air on it because you might get hurt, so you just kind of... And I promise we will get rid of that pregnancy weight. We will get you fitting into your wedding dress again. It will happen. I did an all-inclusive resort in the Dominican 2 years ago, and the food brought the experience way down. We'll never return. Damn, Shelby, you're not having a good time on these trips. We got to get you to, where we got to get you? Japan. Let's go to Japan. We got to get you to Thailand. What's your favorite thing about running your own business? Is that I'll never do that again. Oh, you mean like for YouTube? Yeah, the YouTube thing is good because you create your own hours and stuff. But the gym, let me just tell you guys, don't ever start a gym. It's the worst fucking idea ever. And it's not like I pray to God that it works and that it's a sustainable thing. But it is not looking great. I mean, it's not looking bad either. We're actually on the up and up on things. But it's just one of those things, you know what I mean? Like the major ones, like the Planet Fitnesses and shit, like they bank on the fact that you'll be comfortable enough just to pay like your subscription fee and then never go, right? But mine kind of like, it's kind of important that you go. You love Scotland. Food wasn't anything spectacular, but decent. The people are the main high point. Love the Scots. Ah, cool. All right. The Ram Ranch gym update, yeah. The whole place is covered in ranch. Pay me and we'll forgive the odor. You hook a mat plus odor fee. Yeah. I do come in there and just kind of like spray Febreze everywhere. I'll see like a girl, she's doing like a downward dog, and I'll just come up and start spraying her ass and just going, like have my fingers squeezing my nose like, ew, dude, and just absolutely blasting into her. Like, what the fuck is coming out of you? What do you eat? You vegan? I say that, I get in her ear, I say, you vegan? You vegan or something? You smell funny, you vegan? Best part about YouTube career, ? Not answering to a shitty boss, having to go somewhere you hate and getting paid way more money than a normal job. There you go, that's it, honestly. You guys should all become YouTubers. I'm not even joking, like everybody here, start a YouTube channel right now. Start it. Start it. Sorry. All right. Love me. Thank you, Jay. What's up, dude? Okay. Sorry, we got one more story. Best thing about YouTube itself. I mean, yeah, it really is just the freedom and like, I don't know, just like the craziest thing about YouTube is just the fact that you do have like upward mobility, but it's like a constantly scaling upward mobility. Like there is definitely a chance where you have a pretty hard fall, you know what I mean? Like when people say like, bro, you fell off, it's like even the people that like fell off, you know, you look at, I wouldn't say Smosh, you know, I don't watch Smosh in general, but he's a character that I heard of, like it's become like ancient lore in my mind of YouTube, but I'm sure I'm ancient lore to people as well. But like if you think about it, he's ancient lore, but he's also still just fucking doing it, or they, or whatever they are, the group of them. Like it's just always going to be like a lucrative and way more fun thing than like just working at a place taking orders from people and dealing with baloney. You definitely record the longest videos of the regular horror narrators I've seen. Do you record late at night a lot as well? Yeah, I mean, well, this turned into a 4-hour stream. I don't even know how that happened. Normally it's only like 3. But yeah, this one's kind of long, but we'll bang it out. But with the YouTube, if you're not consistent every week, it seems to ruin your algorithm. You get money. Yeah, it's true. That's the thing, is like if you decide to do a YouTube channel, you got to pick one, like an idea that you think you can stick with even when you don't like it. You know what I mean? Even when you get to a point and you're like, oh, fuck, I gotta go play Minecraft. I gotta turn on my camera with my bed head. Top of the morning to you, laddies. I didn't have me fucking cafe latte exactly how I wanted it this morning. I'm a fucking millionaire, but I'm still here, still grinding, still doing my thing. This is the point I'm at. No, honestly, you guys make my content creation like way better, to be honest with you. Like just interacting like in real time with people online and just having a laugh or whatever and talking about ideas and shit. It would, you know, way better, even if it's not real face-to-face people. You know, at least it's people, you know. Whereas if I was just like by myself, I'd be taking a jerk off break every 10 minutes, man. I'm just kidding. So just for clarity, I'm British, and I have a bit of an unusual job. I go from place to place, usually at night, all around the country, fixing vending machines, jukeboxes, and arcade cabinets. My company hires and trains people to fix any of these devices that someone might rent from... Not when I'm 50. Wait, what happens when I'm 50? Do you get your stories from viewers or articles you find a mix of both? I haven't done a lot of true crime as of recently, but as we haven't needed as much. But sometimes that squeaks its way in there as well, but it's mainly viewer submissions. Helps a little with the social isolation. Yeah, exactly. It makes me feel cool too. I'm like, whoa, these people like me? What the fuck? All the other people at the gas station think I'm a fucking loser. You prove your talent without pretense. Don't want to leave, but got to. TC, all the best. Hey, thanks, Holly. Appreciate you. Good to see you. You should do a Hawaii scare stories. Lopaka Kabanui has a lot of night marchers. Hawaii chicken skin stories. You both are hamas. Thank you. That does sound fun, though. Yeah, Hawaii would be sick. When's my birthday? It's in June 4. Simpson. Thank you for the 5. Dude, where are these sneezes coming from, bro? But thank you, Simpson. Appreciate you. Yeah, they don't want me to drink the gasoline. I'm just sitting out there, like, huffing gasoline. What are you guys looking at? You're looking at YouTube royalty. I have over 1.2 million subscribers, and I can't have a little gasoline? These prices are up there, man. What the hell, Joe Biden? Justin, thank you for the 2, says a loser in the sheets, a star in the streams. Yeah, exactly. And what's the other one? Cartman sneeze face. Hey Kareem, no worries, good to see ya. My company hires and trains people to fix any of these devices that someone might rent for their public space. 95% of my work is vending machines. Usually some crap like a pack of space raiders had gotten stuck in the prongs and nobody's confident enough to give it a good thwack. I don't advise that anyway, it voids your warranty. Now anyways, sometimes it's more fun though, and I get called halfway across the country to fix Mario Kart. If I'm really lucky, it's a classic arcade cabinet, an actual honest-to-God 80s one that's still functioning. These things are surprisingly robust and mostly just need a bit of maintenance. Tonight's job was in a motorway service station that's attached to a much bigger mall. After hours, only the service station area was open, which was a large open-plan room with a row of fast food kiosks, a side room with a few arcade machines, a corridor leading to public toilets, and then a big crate that would normally lead into the now darkened mall. I pulled into the car park. The huge unlit mall loomed over me like a squat brick house, and a squat brick house. Oh, okay, like an outhouse. A shit brick house. I actually wish I existed during the time in which we called, like, outhouses a shit brick house. Because now it's only ever used in the context of just describing, like, a larger woman. Like, she's bigger than a shit brick house, or she's built like a shit brick house. Which is honestly, to a degree, a nice compliment. But it's strange that we only really ever seem to apply it mostly to the bigger ladies. If I were to be called built like a shit brick house, I would be proud. Would you rather fight a General Chungus or a chicken jockey? Probably General Chungus. I feel like I'd be able to, like, reason with him. That chicken jockey was scary. Oh, it's a brick shit house? Oh. I don't know. I've been getting it mixed up over the years. Hopefully no one got offended. Do you know Smokes for Mirage? Who's that? I pulled into the car park. The huge unlit mall loomed over like a squat brick house, and honestly, the lights of the service station area were really welcome at that point. I'd been driving for hours. I was frazzled and craving a cup of garbage vending machine coffee. The car park had a few vehicles in it. I grabbed my bags out of the back of the van and headed into the service station. It was warm and smelled of McDonald's, very lush. My stomach rumbled, but the rule is no food until after I'd done the job. I grabbed a cup of black coffee with 2 sugars from the vending machine and headed over to the job, which in this instance was a 2-player Mario Kart arcade GP cabinet. One of the seats had come loose and one of the wheels had some drift to it, so I just needed to do a bit of maintenance. I got the job done in a half hour, quicker than I'd anticipated, and I'm pretty single-minded, so I hadn't really taken into my... Oops. McDonald's mush. Wait, didn't I say lush? Did I say very mush? Sorry, Joel. I need to, like, kill you and stuff. I think I said lush. Yeah, I think I said lush. True crime is everywhere. Creepy stories are everywhere. I can't think of what I would do. All right, well, we're gonna take out the brain part of this and just ask a supercomputer. Supercomputer, everyone seems to be doing true crime or narration stories of horror. What the frick should I do to be different? I said lush. Okay, thank God. The AI says, the eternal question. How do you stand out in a saturated sea of serial killers and spooky stories? Here's the good news. You're already asking the right question. Most people just copy trends. Let's get you into standout territory. Here's a brainstorm of off-angle but still highly engaging content ideas that builds off of true crime or horror, but with a unique spin. Crimeverse. Alternate. I can't fucking read. I got snot all up in my shit. Sorry. Crimeverse. Alternate reality narration. Take real crime cases, but then rewrite them as if they happen in a dystopian sci-fi or medieval setting. Could be called True Crimes from Another Timeline. Same juicy appeal as true crime, but totally unique storytelling. I thought about that before, like you do true crime or something, but you just make everything up. I know that sounds bad, maybe, but you do true crime type stuff, but you just kind of like, it's like just, you know, it's almost like you do it in documentary form, like 60 Minutes or whatever, those types of things, but then, yeah, just do fiction, you know, fictional true crime, but present it as in the same way true crime normally does. True crime themed D&D. That sounds cool. Has it been a story that personally freaked me out? The one about the chicken jockey. Paranormal rebuttals. You narrate a horror/paranormal story, then cut out your skeptical alter ego who tries to debunk it. Okay, yeah. I guess that's the Y-Files kind of does that, where he presents the conspiracy theories as this like really abundantly true narrative, and then at the end he's like, but is it really true? And then like goes through like things that might counter it. But he usually leans into the idea that most of them are kind of like believable, and I like that. Adds comedy, philosophy, or science. Stands out from typical creepy voice for 2 hours stuff. What? That should be my next video. Creepy voice for 2 hours stuff. Lost media confession. Fake or real stories told as if they were found audio tapes or unreleased broadcasts. Make your own. Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, kind of like, yeah, a series of like lost media, but you could just like create. I mean, it would take a degree of creativity that's beyond just research, which might be a pain in the butt. Make your own number stations, cult interviews, AI run confessions, cursed PSAs. So it would definitely require a decent amount of like AI usage, but I don't know. I think it's getting better that you could do that. The Aftermath Files. Interview style stories told from the perspective of survivors or people close to the case. Could be fictional or dramatized. Example, I survived the Carnation Killer. Here's what nobody tells you. Oh, I don't know if that would be disrespectful to the victims, or if it's just made up, then it wouldn't be a big deal, but... Once I farted and blew both my legs clean off. Just like a shotgun blast coming out of your asshole. Choose your own nightmare. Interactive stories where the audience votes and comments and decides what happens next. You become the dungeon master of horror. That'd be interesting. That'd be something I feel like people could follow along for maybe years or something. Meta horror. Start with a normal story, but your own voice and narration begins glitching out or reacting as if you're part of the curse. Slowly pull the viewer into thinking your channel itself is haunted or infected. That sounds stupid. Horror short film audiobooks. Make stories with full cinematic sound, not just narration and light ambience. Use stereo panning, sudden dynamic shifts, distant echoes, and make it feel like a horror film without visuals. Niche down weird. That's strange. Crimes that change small towns. Every story ends with how the town changed after the crime. Not the usual blood and guts, more psychological haunting aftermath. Historical horror rewinds. Pick events from the 1700s to the 1950s and tell them like gothic ghost stories or noir thrillers. Example, the Victorian nurse who buried her patients alive and no one noticed. Yeah, I guess more historical stuff could be interesting. Yeah, do what the No Sleep podcast does, yeah. Cursed object reviews. Oh god, don't do that. You'll get hurt. Real or fictional items with dark stories attached, narrate them like YouTubers reviewing tech. Today we're unboxing a possessed doll from 1983. Comes with 2 souls included. Yeah, I guess so. If you could make it fun, but that sounds like almost like a side video for someone who's already like popular. Personality-based spins, villain monologues you narrate as if you are the killer entity giving a tell-all. A disturbing theatrical perspective, creepy and unique. Dark TED Talks. Holy shit. Pretend you're a cult leader, AI, serial killer, or demon giving a speech. That'd be kind of interesting, actually. Like convincing people to join your cult and doing like a full, interesting TED Talk about the benefits of it and what they would get by joining. Highly stylized, like, I'm Satan, and here's why I created social media. That's funny. A dead talk, yeah, that'd be good. Ooh, woo. Do a whole story as an anime girl. I could. I could do it. Okay. Let's talk about your alcoholism. Dude, I'm so thankful I'm not one, man. Count my blessings every day. Except for moonshine. Moonshine don't count. Maybe a breakout AI story like Colossus 2025. What happened with that? And all 6 of my toes. And all 4 of my testicles. Okay. Locked in, baby. I got the job done in half an hour, quicker than I'd anticipated, and I'm pretty single-minded, so I hadn't really taken in my surroundings until this point. I guess I'm not one of those constantly hyper-aware true crime buffs who sometimes write in, who assess every possible threat. There were 3 fast food kiosks, which seemed to be staffed by just one person. A bored-looking middle-aged man with tattoos running up his gloved arms. In the back corner sat a group of people in hoodies who I guessed were teens. And then at a table in the middle sat 2 women, maybe early 20s. They seemed nice, so I smiled and nodded to them, and then headed over to grab my usual fish fillet. Chick-fil-A. It'd be funny if there's like a dystopian movie. It's like in the future. The year is 2035. And then it's like, I don't know, you go into the future and then you like see, like, oh, a Chick-fil-A. I'm sure it'll be fine. And then you walk up to it and it's like, what? And then you see like, you know, an LGBT flag like they have flying or whatever. And you're like, what? And you're like, huh? And it's like, open 365, open 24/7, 365. Huh? And then the next one, it's like, what's the menu? And then you look at it, it's like, bug burgers or something. I don't know, just like everything like that, like a conservative person would like, no! I feel like that's the scene where you like drop to your knees. Ah! And the Finch fillet, yeah. I quit for a couple months and loved the physical results, but I just loved drinking. I wish it just wasn't so high calorie. That's true. It ain't too shabby. I drink a case and solve a cold case. And by the end of it, I'm like, you know what? I think I'm glad that bitch is dead. She seemed kind of lame. They seemed nice, so I smiled and nodded to them and then headed over to grab my usual filet-o-fish meal order. Yeah, I'm the one who orders that. I got the food from the grumpy fast food worker, sat down, and began chowing down on my fries. I was about halfway through the meal when the group in the corner got up from where they'd been huddling. When they stood, I could see that they were all decently tall, except for one of them who was particularly short. Nothing unusual, just notable, and made me doubt that they were actually teenagers anyways. My heart fell when I saw that they were all wearing masks. Again, nothing ridiculous, just scarf-type masks pulled right below their eyes and hoodies pulled down low. You know, the usual picture of the British tabloids paint of... You know, the usual picture the British tabloids paint of knife crime hoodie youths. Oh, that's right, okay. Knife crime. That's a new podcast. Knife crime. Fish and chips. Fish and shits. Drunk History. Oh yeah, Drunk History was so good. Yeah, but the more I yawn, it instinctively makes you tired, which is good. That's the whole point, isn't it? Excuse me. Is burping contagious too? Like if you hear somebody burp, does it make you want to burp? You know, the usual picture British... Man. You know, the usual... Mother frick. You know, the usual picture the British tabloids paint of knife crime hoodie... This isn't even a tongue twister. It's just like a normal sentence and I just can't... I can't navigate through it, man. He switches up and he's good at it. No, guys, listen. I need you to flood the comments telling me how cool and good I am at the thing that I'm doing right now. If I don't have constant and never-ending affirmation, I will fucking check myself into a hospital. Yeah, it's a British podcast. Knife crime. Knife crime. I'm great at taking my magnesium. Thank you. Even though it does feel like it's still stuck in my throat a little bit. Thank you. I'm good at choking. Burps kind of disturb me, but farms will always be funny, especially when you can't smell it. A farm? Do a video of the missing woman of Highway 20. What's that about? Where's Highway? Is that up at the Native American reservations? The res. Evil Larry's about to lose his shit. Since I started coming into the streams, it's made me want to develop a magnesium habit. You should try it. It's honestly really good for sleep. Also, I suggest a sleep mask to block out the light. You know, the usual... Dude. You know, the usual picture the British tabloids paint of knife crime hoodie youths. Gosh. You know, the usual picture of the British Usual picture? I keep wanting to, like, add words that don't exist to it for some reason. You know, the usual picture the British tabloids paint of knife crime hoodie youths. It's like a question, but it's... I can't say it like a question for some reason. You know, the usual picture the British tabloids paint of knife crime hoodie youths. And in my experience, though, why does that sound... Like, saying youths... It takes... I know it's supposed to be quick. There needs to be a word for this. Where, like, a word is too hard to pronounce. But it's just like, it needs to be changed. It should just be youngins. Like, quick. But, like, saying like, TH and S together, that's gonna make a little kid with a lisp feel real not great, in my opinion. And if a little kid feels bad, we have to change everything to accommodate them. You know, the usual picture the British tabloids paint of knife crime hoodie youths. In my experience, though, that's mostly scaremongering and bluster, so if anything, I thought this was a wind-up. At least I really hope so, as the group of four made their way over to my table. They stood there facing me, no speaking, nothing. "Can I help you, fellas?" I asked. And I was trying to sound polite and not rattled, and I'm not exactly some weakling, but I'm not eager for a fight either. I was trying to catch the eye of the girls at the center table to see if they were in on it or anything. And the hoodie gang stared at me. Then one of them lunged forward and shoved the table. Not hard, but enough to try and make me jump. Absolutely classic school bully behavior. Alright, lads. I'm just trying to wind down after work. Don't want any trouble. Be on your way now. I thought I heard one of them giggle, like that was hilarious. Idiot. The one who shoved the table leaned in and said, "You got a problem, mate." He hissed. Oh, okay. They were angry little lads with something to prove. No, mate. Just trying to eat my burger. No, mate. Just trying to eat my burger, he echoed. Just trying to eat my burger. Oh. What the fuck? These are literally the Clockwork Orange goons. Oh, wee baby. Wee baby. He does look like a fucking baby. Then he hits him. Oh, wee baby. Utes. They pronounce it like Utes. Oh, okay. British Utes. Just trying to eat my burger, one of the other tall ones said. The third tall one slammed a gloved fist down on the table, and my drink toppled over and I caught it before it could hit the floor. Come on, lads, I said. It's not worth it, is it? I hadn't noticed the short one circling around behind me while the others distracted me. Hands fell on my shoulders. Not worth it. And the voice was quiet, and I could tell, and I couldn't tell. Not worth it. And the voice was quiet, and I couldn't tell you if it was a girl or a little kid, and my gut says that it was probably a kid, maybe both. Probably why I didn't immediately respond with a swift over-the-shoulder elbow. Alright, forget this, I said, standing up. The hoodie behind me had to jump backward to avoid getting hit by the cheap service station chick. Clockwork Orange when you were 5 years old. Yeah, it's such a weird movie. Like, once it gets to the, like, MK Ultra fucking brainwashing scenes and shit, it's just very odd. The hoodie behind me. The fighting scene in Clockwork Orange is really, really funny. Because it's just, like, so excessively exaggerated. Like, he just, like, runs at him and he just, like, hoo-yah! Like, sort of ducks down and then they just, like, do a front flip like they jumped on a fucking trampoline and, like, fly through a window. But they're not just, like, out for the count after that. They're, like, for some reason, like, come back and then, like, continue to get, like, cartoonishly flipped through the air. Like they're being dangled on wires and stuff. It's just, like, really funny. And then there's that one scene where they're, like, holding him in the water, like, drowning him, and I'm fairly certain they almost killed the guy in real life accidentally. The hoodie behind me had to jump backward to avoid getting hit by the cheap service station chair. I grabbed my bags and stalked to the entrance. Whoops. I grabbed my bags and made my way to the entrance. And of course, that gang followed me. Oi, bud, I'm sticking around, they jeered. But I was over it. I'd dealt with my fair share of schoolyard bullies and, well, obviously school, but I was way too old for this bollocks, even if it meant abandoning a McDonald's. And as we walked into that car park, I hoped that the service station worker would have the sense to lock the doors behind the gang, or maybe these kids were known to the service station folk, I suppose. Maybe this kind of thing happened here all the time. And as I fumbled at my van for the key, I saw the two women looking at us from the window. The gang were in the middle of the car park, about 5 or 6 meters away from me, and they were just watching me. I didn't want to turn my back on them by going to the back of the van, so I opened the passenger door and threw my bags onto the seat, keeping my eye on them. I did slip a socket wrench out of one of the bags, though, and hid it up my sleeve. Alright, I'll be off, lads, I said, backing around the van to the driver's side. I thought it would probably be better to keep engaging them instead of acting too scared. Keep up the bullcrap, I guess. And they stood there and just simply watched as I got into the van, and I gunned that engine and put it into reverse, and I thought that I was going to get away scot-free. Then suddenly, they charged toward the van, just ran at the bonnet, slapping on it, hooting and hollering like some hyenas, and I jumped visibly and they just laughed harder. They had no fear at all that they might just... They had no fear at all that I might just drive into them or anything, so I slammed down on the pedal and peeled backwards in a U-shape through the almost empty car park and drove off. They chased me as I turned, slapping and banging on the side of the van a few times and then sank back into the darkness. Maybe I should have just run them over, but I bet that would have worked out for the worse for me than... Maybe I should have just run them over, but I bet that would have worked out worse for me than them, especially if one of them really was some kid. I stopped at a later service station. Okay. I stopped at a later service station to see if any damage had been done, and there was a big, thin gash along the side of the van. It definitely looked like it had been scraped with a knife, and I spoke to my boss, and then did call the cook. God damn it. Joe almost became a part of a true crime. What happened? What'd I do? Is that a threat? Is that a threat, mate? You gonna give me a bit of a jostling? RDJ Sherlock Holmes style in my head. Throat punch followed by hit to solar plexus and haymaker to the pelvis, followed by heel strike to the nose and double palm ears. Shisha, but don't forget about pocket sand. Don't hurt me, alright? Don't hurt me. I'm just a wee baby. Just getting so good at therapy. I'm so close to winning. I can feel it. Yeah. One day. I think at the end of therapy, you actually have to wrestle your therapist. That's the only way to get out of it completely. You have to beat the shit out of them. I stopped at a later service station to see if any damage had been done, and there was a big, thin gash along the side of the van. It definitely looked like it had been scraped with a knife. I spoke to my boss and then did call the cops, who said that there was always trouble at that service station and they'd swing by. I never heard anything about it, though. The thing that terrifies me is that I'm not convinced they intended to let me get away. The way they lost control at the end there, like these wild beasts. I'm certain if I'd gotten out to confront them, I wouldn't have been leaving that service station in one piece.
Wrestling Jordan Peterson and his 12 rules for life. Rule 1. Freaking bust out of the wall with a big fat hairy nut.
Alright, guys, we... They hit you with the emotional attack. I call upon your PTSD. Ha! Or they, like, you go to attack them, and then they just, like, flick a Prozac into your mouth. Prozac, go! Pocket Prozac. Tactical Xanax. You're feeling very sleepy. David, thank you for the one. We're gonna read this outro, guys. Those are solid stories. I mean, what'd you guys think? Like, which ones were the most interesting? Should we start with a particular one? I guess. We'll think about it. A Xanax, yeah, an actual axe. A Xanax murderer. Alright. We are going to read the outro, but we gotta say something funny. So you gotta think of something. You gotta think of something. Something to include. You wanna feel included, don't you? You wanna feel included, don't you? The guy in the vents should go in the middle. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we'll probably start with one. We'll figure it out, though. These were good, though. Bye-bye. Okay. Ooh, we've done ooh before, honestly. So it's kind of old hat. But you guys got to think of an outro, please. Thank you, and please. Thank you, and please. Hey, friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button over here on YouTube to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, Slay Queen. Sha-sha-sha! Pocket sword! Fucking pocket sword! That would be really funny to like pull out pocket sand, but it's just a massive clump that you just throw at their face like a snowball. A slay queen jump scare. Oh, guys, thanks for chilling with me. You guys rock. That's the ending. That's fucking it. That's all we get. But I am going to go get this edited up over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. Is pocket sand a euphemism? It could be. It just depends on which episode of King of the Hill you're watching, man. Dang old boom, man. Yeah, we'll get it on Patreon, and then we'll get it up on YouTube, same time, same place, Mondays and Thursdays, 9 p.m. EST. Follow me on Instagram at letsread.official. Follow my Twitch, twitch.tv/lets_read. I got the worst continuity between all my names. Doesn't matter, who cares? But love you guys, appreciate you. Go listen to the podcast, and I'll see you next stream, which will probably be this weekend at some point. Sound good? Okay, we'll see you there. All right, bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.